Hello! Alright, let me go to the start screen. There we go. Hello! Welcome to yet another Umineko Thursday. I don't know when we're gonna be done with these. Just good old Ryukishi couldn't stop himself from writing even beyond the episodes. Alright, let's see. We have gotten through quite a few of these, though. So here we go. We got about half of them left. And then I've been led to believe there's actually even more content in this game beyond this, but we'll see, we'll see. So, let's try to get as many of these today as we can. So, now we got, Cornelia! We got the Eisern Jungfrau. We haven't seen them in a while. Cornelia, the new priest. Cornelia, after dreaming of it for so long, begins her new job as an Inquisitor aide. However, her dreams and goals regarding the job are a bit out of touch with reality. Oh, this is when she first gets her job that we know her as? Alright. With the Repentance Enforcement Agency, the laws of the Great Court of Heaven are strictly enforced. Its inquisitors of heresy are praised as knights of the law, and countless virtuous youths. Yeah, man. Countless virtuous youths dream of nothing but joining their ranks. So when Cornelia became an Inquisitor aide, no one that knew her was surprised in the slightest. It was the dream of the future that she had written in her grade school yearbook, and now she had simply made it a reality. Cornelia! There were things that surprised her upon entry, though. Oh my god! They got office buildings in heaven? The first and foremost was the amount of free time the job had. While it's true that the top inquisitors are incredibly busy, the department Cornelia had been assigned to was much slower in regards to workload. And further betraying her expectations, the atmosphere could only be described as loose. Hello? The audio? My audio die? Oh no, it didn't. That was on purpose. It was loose. For your attention. Cornelia, Minister 3rd Class, reporting for duty. I love your extremely Japanese office building that you work in heaven, Cornelia. Senior officers, if you would give me the honor of your orders. I don't think there's anything right now. Oh wait, could you get me a refill on my tea? No, she's an OL, no! And you don't need to use court language all the time. That was the answer given to Cornelia by her senior officer on her first day of work. As she stood at attention, ready to fulfill her duties. May I humbly bring to your attention that the usage of court language while on duty is mandated in the official service regulations. Oh, well, that's how it used to be. However, the 7th District negotiated with the Union, and now it only has to be used for external communication. Don't you think court language is way too stiff?
組規定の話が出たから教えとくけど、昼休みも12時から1時までじゃなくて11時45分から。
Cornelia, this is great. I mean, aside from the casual misogyny, this is not bad. I wanted to let you know that lunch break is actually from 11:45 a.m. to 1 p.m. instead of 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Sir!
昼休みは12時からの1時間と定められているものと知れ。
I was informed that our lunch time was from 12 to 1.
ほら、3時に15分休みがあるでしょ。
At 3 p.m. we're supposed to have a 15-minute break, right?
それを昼休みと連結して取得してもいいってことで、
Oh,
組合が折衝したの。
All we did was add that time to lunch instead. The union said it was fine.
先輩方が勝ち取った権利なんだから、ごちゃごちゃ言わないようにね。
This is a right your seniors in this office worked hard to get you, so stop complaining.
あと、組合が決めたわけじゃないけど、新人は30分早く出勤して、
Raid!
みんなの机の掃除と
Twigs
お茶の配膳をしとくの
Thank
が慣例だから。
Thank you for the raid. Hello, Bear Buttons. All right, let me shout you out. The stream just started. All right, let's go. Okay. Let's see if I can do my own shout outs right. I don't want to miss how many E's are in that B's. Yes, there we go. Hey, where were you at on Umineko? Hey! How's my 11 minutes been of the stream? Quiet! You guys are the first ones in here. Oh, you were drawing. Oh. So were you drawing Umineko characters? Oh, you animate stuff too? That's so cool. I gotta check you out. Well, thank you so much for bringing your audience over here. If you don't know me, I'm Katie. I've been streaming Umineko every Thursday for a long time. Oh, Deltarune. I typed the wrong thing. Wigsby's. Oh, I see now. I didn't get the T in there, and it somehow went back to going for me. That's funny. That's funny. There we go. Art. Perfect. Oh yeah, and I've been streaming Deltarune on Mondays. So welcome in. And yeah, if you don't know much about Umineko, there's probably not going to be too huge of spoilers this time because I'm reading a whole bunch of side stories that happen that I unlock in this version of the game after the main game is finished. So I'm just reading a visual novel over here, having a grand old time. So Twigs, if you need to cool down, do what you need to do for the evening, head out, no problem. Just thank you very much for bringing your audience over to me. All right, so right now we have basically an assistant inquisitor of God having great expectations for her new job, but then she found out that all of her coworkers are loose and lazy in an office building, and so she's having a time. Yeah, enjoy your meal. Another thing, this wasn't decided by the union or anything, but traditionally new recruits get to work 30 minutes early in order to clean all the desks and set out the tea. Okay, that sucks. Poor Cornelia. Well, I suppose it is your first day, so don't feel too bad. It's been nice talking to you, Cornelia. Oh, and one more thing. The union is throwing a welcome party for all the new recruits today at 6. Will you come?
丼出るよ。鉄火丼。
There's gonna be sushi there. In Japanese, he said tekkadon, but probably like they did. By saying sushi, they kind of get the basically the same meaning across. Tekkadon is like tuna over rice. Probably like sashimi kind of tuna. So it's like kind of the same thing except in a bowl. So it kind of gets the message across anyway. It's like, ooh, yum. Special.
よろしく申し上げ立てまつる同心二等司祭
I'm honored by your consideration, second-class minister. Court language is the archaic way of speaking that Cornelia uses. Since the texts of the law use many archaic terms, those that uphold it must use this language while on duty as well. But since it's so different from usual speech, using it all day isn't easy. That's why the worker union was able to lobby for simplification of the language in the internal districts, and limit its usage only to interacting with the outside. Thus, their everyday conversations were held in the usual colloquial language.
コーネリアちゃんはそこの席ね。
Cornelia, your seat is over here.
デスクマット新しいのあるから使ってね。
Your desk is new, so be careful with it.
感謝申し上げ立てまつる
You have my deepest gratitude.
大丈夫だよ。無理に法語使わなくても怒られないよ。
There's no need to be so formal. We're not gonna get mad at you. That was the biggest shock of Cornelia's first day. To a girl who had hoped to join the Inquisitor section no matter what, whose fervent desire was to mete out the death penalty to evil, court language was the greatest symbol of all those hopes. The Inquisitor section was the duty she wanted to devote the entirety of her life to. That meant equal devotion to using court language. In order to use it properly, she had begged her poor parents, insisting she didn't need an allowance to let her attend a weekly court language class. Oh no. Without the court language, the Inquisitor section doesn't even deserve that name. In order to show her stalwart, single-minded devotion towards entering the Inquisitor section, Cornelia had used court language in day-to-day conversation ever since she was a child. Oh my god. She'd been so unnecessarily diligent in her studies. She had received top marks in court language on the Inquisitor entrance examination. She'd also received first prize for her usage of the language in an oratorial contest at her school. Because of her exceptionally high marks on the personnel examination of the Great Court, accepting her into the organization was simply a matter of course. In the ministry, usually those with exceptional marks got their choice of department. However, Cornelia had not been assigned to the department she wanted. Oh, is that why she's in this office building? It might have had something to do with her interviews. Whatever the case, the truth of the matter was that she hadn't been assigned to the repentance department. Repentance enforcement, as she'd hoped. But instead to the general affairs department. Oh, okay, that explains a few things. How'd she get switched over then? The duty of general affairs was to process various types of paperwork. Of course, it was still an important department, but confronting and smiting evil was under the purview of other departments. Departments that she hadn't been assigned to. Her first choice had been the 8th District, the SSVD. Yeah! Yeah, where Will's from. Our boy Will. They were an elite band of witch hunters, under the command of Wizard Hunting Wright, known for his rigid efficiency. And he's a total bro! If that wasn't possible, her second choice would have been the 7th District, the Eisern Jungfrau, Well, we do know that that's where she's destined, so... Yeah! That's where Delanner A. Knox, famous for her 10 wedges, resided. Yeah, girl! But instead of either of them, she ended up in the General Affairs Paperwork Department. Cornelia thought to herself, of course, even inside her head, she used court language. Be still, my heart. Listen closely, young Cornelia. A journey of 1,000 miles still begins with a single step. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. This journey we're undertaking will be long and arduous until we reach our goal. What a nerd. She wouldn't be discouraged. She told herself that she had been posted here because she wasn't yet ready for the more important departments. But by building up achievements and recognition, the day would surely come that she could transfer to an enforcement department. Through her immense effort in studying to become an Inquisitor aide, she'd passed the examination. So it would take similar effort to become a fully fledged Inquisitor of Heresy. Now, let us put forth our utmost effort, come what may. With that enthusiasm in mind, she pulled open her desk drawer. She did that in order to see what materials her predecessor had left her. There was a heavy folder packed full with documents. On top of them all, there was a book. Being on top, it must have been the single most important one. Crossword! Crossword puzzles. The crossword magazine with fabulous prizes. Crossword! So this was her predecessor's most important material.
これ式でくじけることなどないと知ったてまつれ
This is nothing to lose heart over. She wouldn't be discouraged. That refusal to be crushed was one of her most redeeming features. Cornelia threw a crossword into the recycling bin. Aww. Of course, she removed the staples before doing it. Wow. Separating all your trash so efficiently and exactly. What a good girl. If the work she wanted hadn't been given to her, it must have been because she wasn't at the level needed to carry it out. So, what she needed to do was to learn the work of her senior staff members and be quickly acknowledged as an independent worker. Over time, she should be given more and more work with ever-increasing responsibility. And then, much like how she'd passed the Inquisitor examination, she would reach greater and greater achievements until she would earn that dangling-eared cap. Dangling-eared cap like a little lop bunny. The dangling-eared cap is a hat that only Inquisitors are permitted to wear. It got its nickname from the two ears that hang at the cap's sides. I always thought it kind of made them look like nuns, and I figured that was kind of the intention. It's said that the first time you wear it is the time when your desire to become an Inquisitor of Heresy has been truly granted. So her current earless hat felt little more than a nurse's cap.
我が聖望よ必ずや耳を生やすものと知りたてまつれ
Listen closely, my regulation cap. Know that one day you too shall grow a pair of ears.
いつかきっと
Someday, surely,
必ずなりや
without fail. Gripping her hat tightly with both hands, she made an oath for its future. Now we must do our best. Merely idling will not help us learn our tasks. If we cannot learn, then we can't be entrusted with anything. We cannot just learn by listening. We cannot learn just by idling and waiting for someone to tell us what to do. Learn by doing. Take in what you see. People that wait to be told what to do are the ones who are always called idiots by middle-aged men and branded the lazy generation out of irritation. I cannot just appeal to those that are sympathetic to my passion for studying. I'll carefully observe my senior co-workers and steal their methods. One of the staff members had the sports page of a newspaper out and was circling things with a red pencil. Another staff member was staring through the window into the distance while clutching a teacup, lost in thought. There was one tapping furiously away on their keyboard, but as soon as Cornelia walked behind them, they quickly minimized what they were working on. Uh-oh. Of course, there were a few people doing paperwork, but it didn't seem like they were doing much worth learning about. In other words, there weren't any skills on display that Cornelia could use as a reference.
コーネリアちゃん、ちょっと頼んでいい？
Hey, Cornelia, can I ask you a favor?
はい、同志二等司祭。
At your leisure, second class minister.
階級なんて恥ずかしいよ。名前でいいよ。
These formalities are awkward. Please, just call me by name.
今日のお昼ね、鮎川でおそば取るんだけど、コーネリアちゃんも。
No way! We were planning on I wanted to ask you about lunch. We were planning on calling Sweet Fish River for noodles. Do you want anything? Calling this restaurant Sweet Fish River is a lot.
自分はお弁当の用意があるものなり。
I brought lunch from home.
事態と感謝を申し上げたてまつる。
Thank you very kindly, but allow me to refuse.
ああ、そう？
Oh, is that so?
じゃあ注文をお願いできる？
Then could you please place the order for us? Her predecessor had left her a list of telephone numbers under her desk mat, most of them for local delivery shops. Cornelia dialed 0 to switch to the external line, and then beep 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 beep.
Hi, Ayukawa.
Hello, this is Sweet Fish River. This is hilarious. They serve udon and soba at Sweet Fish River. And they got some beer. Hello, this is Sweet Fish River. For your attention.
Hi, moshi moshi.
Hello? Sorry, I didn't get that.
緊急謹んで申し上げたてまつる。
Oh, this is so
昼食
funny.
の出前注文を望むものと知りたまえ。
The lady's not gonna understand what the heck you're saying. For your attention, I beg to... Hey, 10 stream streak. Thanks, B. Hello, Beatorici. For your attention, I beg to humbly state that I wish to place an order for a lunchtime repast to be delivered to our abode. Maybe? Right now we're in a side story about Cornelia, who's one of, Dlanner's, underlings, about her first job and how she's humorously way too formal for an office job where people just kind of loaf around. Why? Because I'm going through all these side stories in order. Huh? Dad, come take the phone. It's someone called Miss Abode. She's saying someone trespassed on her lunch. No, repast.
ったく。
Oh dear, give me that.
はいはい。はい、もしもし、おそば、鮎川でございます。
Ronove side story. But I kind of already halfway got one, so I'm happy. There was one, there was like a Valentine's Day one where Ronove was, like, doing a cooking show teaching girls how to make Valentine's chocolates. And then, the 7 Steak Sisters were, spying on him, so he ended up, being like, hey, you guys, you should go live lives. I'm gonna give you these chocolates, and you give them to the person most important to you, which ended up with a various consequences. But I know he's such a gentleman. He's the best character. I wouldn't mind also a Will and Leon side story. I'd also be really happy about, like, what's going on with Will and Leon past the story, you know? Oh dear, give me that. Yes, hello, you've reached Sweetfish River. For your attention, I shall now present a list of things I wish to order. Oh, you want to place an order? Ma, it's someone from the court. No, there was no trespassing. I feel like with the kind of characters of fantasy that I want to see stories for, I wouldn't mind if it was a little goofy, maybe a little serious. I'd like a mix, maybe. This is giving me Goku learns to drive vibe. Yeah, she's struggling. She is struggling. Please go ahead with the order. Know that my order is as follows. A serving of duck, one large order, tempura, katsudon. A large order of duck? Or noodles? Did you want soba or udon with the tempura? And Kanto style katsudon is okay with you, right? Huh? Oh no, she's gotta ask. Please abide for a moment while I confirm. Miss, you're new there, right? You can just speak normally, you know? I'll wait, so go ask your superiors for their orders again. Poor girl. Even the owner of the noodle shop she was ordering from was telling her not to bother with the court language. Feeling like she had something stuck in her throat, she went to confirm the orders from the senior staff once again. Poor girl. Sir, allow me to clarify. Is the large order of the duck? Wrong! Girl, you gotta switch it. Switch it. Is Kanto style tempura acceptable? No, that's the katsudon. Does it matter whether udon or soba are used for the katsudon? No. The katsudon already comes with rice. It's the tempura they're asking if they want udon or soba for it. Girl. Oh wait, I didn't order a large duck. Just give me a regular. Did you mix up yours with mine? I did order a large myself. Kanto style tempura? Did they get a new menu? Oh well, doesn't matter. What a train wreck. Make sure the katsudon isn't the set. I want it a la carte. I'm not young anymore, so I can't eat a whole set. I had a test done the other day. Turned out my uric acid levels were too high. Too much information. My wife was so annoyed. Huh? Your orders have been received. Cornelia, that's why I keep on saying not to use court language. If you talk to them like that, they'll mess the order up. But the noodle shop is located outside of the department. According to regulations, court language must be utilized. Hey, Hey, new girl, you doing okay?
もう一回注文お願いできる？
Can you repeat the order? Sir, I humbly apologize for the wait. For your attention, the order I have gathered is as follows. 1 large order of duck. 1 regular. 1 Kanto-style tempura. 1 katsudon. Huh?
天ぷらはお蕎麦とうどんどっち？
So do you want tempura with udon or soba?
あとカツ丼はね、関東風の卵とじと関西風のソースと2つあるのうちは。
And are you sure you want the Kanto style? That's the one with the egg. We also do Kansai style, which comes with the sauce. I beg your patience. Oh no. Please allow me to collect the particulars once more. Cornelia had never even been to a noodle shop before, let alone ordered delivery from one. Clearly. Her first order from a noodle shop proved to be considerably more difficult than the personnel examination of the Great Court First Class.
コーネリアちゃ
Cornelia,
ん。だから言ったじゃん。
I told you.
口語だと注文間違うよって。
Don't use court language, or they'll mess the order up. This would have been the correct order. 1 large order of duck, 1 large order of mori soba, 1 tempura udon, and 1 order of katsudon. Since she hadn't specified udon or soba for the tempura, the restaurant had assumed they wanted a sort of combination platter. The only things she'd gotten right in the end were the duck and the katsudon. She had misordered the 2 other things. Cornelia hadn't been able to complete her first job, ordering lunch. The older workers that had gone shopping to the convenience store instead whispered things like "kids these days" and "lazy generation" behind her back. She had been told it'd be better for her to drop the formal speech, but she had obstinately refused. As the end result, the coworkers, who generally were understanding towards rookies, now treated her like a package of chopsticks that refused to open. Poor girl. The atmosphere at the workplace had taken a drastic turn, from the relaxed morning to the exasperated afternoon. And so, her life as a new worker continued. There was a world of difference between the training institute that had rewarded her strict attention to duty with high marks, and the real world that quickly tired of her attitude. Her plan to advance towards her dream had been thrown off course. Looking at her face in the bathroom mirror, she sighed over the loss of ambition she saw reflected there. You'll make it. Gertrude! It's escaping. Huh? I never thought we'd get a Cornelia and Gertrude public bathroom scene. She had been staring into the mirror and naturally hadn't expected a voice to speak up from behind. Escaping? Who? Whence? Turning around, she saw a staff member of a different department. No, she wasn't just any staff member. No mistaking it. The cap she was wearing had ears.
失礼申し上げ奉る。同志、異端審問官。
I most humbly beg your apologies, Inquisitor of Heresy.
幸せは。
Happiness. I beg your pardon?
耳はあるが、まだ審問官じゃない。
I have ears, but I am not an Inquisitor yet. Huh?
失礼申し上げ奉る。 同志上級補佐官
Oh, please forgive my impudence, senior aide.
逃げる
It's escaping. This conversation wasn't making any sense. For this woman with beautiful long blonde hair had to be a senior aide that had passed the Inquisitor examination. Just passing the examination isn't enough to guarantee a place among the Inquisitors of Heresy. Each jurisdiction has a fixed number of Inquisitors on staff, so one has to wait for a vacancy. The aides that still lack a seat despite having the qualifications are called senior aides by the department. Those senior aides who would eventually become Inquisitors themselves assisted the Inquisitors on important missions. And of course, they got to work on the front lines. Cornelia's wide-open eyes showed signs of longing and envy. But hearing even a senior aide speaking this colloquially was sort of depressing.
緊急謹んでお尋ね申し上げる
Madam, forgive my impertinence.
逃げるとは何か教えたまえ
But if I may ask, what is it that is escaping?
幸福が
Happiness.
幸福が
Happiness?
逃げる
It's escaping.
なぜナリア
May I inquire as to why?
ため息をつくと
Because you're sighing. Aww. Every time you sigh, a little bit of happiness escapes. She really took a roundabout way to express that simple sentiment. Oh, Gertrude's so cute. It's hard to believe that someone who seems to be having trouble to even carry on a simple conversation is actually a senior aide. But maybe that isn't all bad. Everyone thinks I'm weird now, too. And if there was a chance for someone as strange as her to become a senior aide, it's not so bad to think there might be a chance for me. Okay, good to know that Cornelia and Gertrude are actually considered weird among their peers.
抜いた方がいい
Relax them.
肩の力をナリア
Do you mean my shoulders?
そうそう
Yeah, exactly.
感謝申し上げ立てまつる
Thank you very kindly for your advice.
そのように心得るものなり
I will take it to heart.
肩の力を
Shoulders.
もう聞いたものと知りたまえ
Yes, I understood what you said.
うっかり
Relax. What a strange person. It's annoying how she says one word at a time, and it makes it difficult to understand her. Of course, someone like me, who's practically obsessed with court language, doesn't really have room to judge. Maybe I'm the only one that bothers to fuss over court language. I wonder if I'm just trying to impose it upon everyone around me, because the service regulations say it's the correct way of speaking. As I ask myself that, I can't help but hang my head and sigh again. And then the senior aide spoke much faster, though it was still barely the speed of a regular speech. She admonished me.
異端審問官の仕事は異端を審問することで法語をしゃべることではない
An inquisitor's duty is to fight evil, not converse in court language. I was speechless. There was nothing to be said in response. Perhaps if my lazy coworkers had said it like that, I wouldn't have given it a moment's thought. However, it was impossible to ignore the words of a senior aide.
申し訳ないと申し
My most abject apology.
申し訳
Um,
あります
I'm sorry. It had really been a long time since I last used colloquialisms. The funny part is that, in Japanese, she still said that in a polite way. In, like, even a formal way, it just wasn't fucking archaic. It was almost embarrassing. As I hanged my head low again, blushing and shamed, this senior aide saw straight to my core. Without a word, she gently smiled at my self-reflection and gave me an understanding nod. She pointed at a notice attached to the bulletin board in the hallway. It stated that the Human Resources Department was accepting project applications. It was a request for motivated staff members to come up with voluntary public projects, and the department would consider outstanding proposals for actual implementation. I had been so depressed earlier that my downturned eyes hadn't noticed the announcement.
近景謹んで申し上げ奉る
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Abruptly, the senior aide met my eyes and spoke in court language.
初心に帰り己が情熱をもう一度見つめ直したまえ
In order to summon back your resolve, you must obtain the passion in your eyes once more.
あなたに期待するものなり
I have high expectations of you. That was my first meeting with Senior Aide Gertrude. My first impression was of a quiet woman who was just as peculiar as me. Knowing that someone so strange, with that choking accent, had managed to pass the Inquisitor examination, it filled me with confidence. But really, she was an excellent aide. Anyone and everyone recognized that. She just had a dull, awkward way of talking. She may not have had any real friends, and people may have found her difficult to approach. But everyone acknowledged that she supported the 7 official Inquisitors of Eisern Jungfrau from the shadows as their honorary 8th member. Who are the other ones? Besides Dlanner. Oh, were those some of the ones who were being mean to Will? That's why I was increasingly inspired and decided to take on the challenge she had pointed out to me. I might have had problems dealing with the people in my office, but studying and essays are my forte. Since the deadline was soon, I decided to submit a short-term project. Halloween was just around the corner. That's why I decided to make Halloween the subject of my proposal. For humans, Halloween is a time when ghosts and other apparitions can intermingle with their world. It was the same for those that weren't human, since the travel restrictions between the human world, hell, and heaven are greatly relaxed during Halloween. It's cause for much celebration. As is typically the case with celebrations, some rowdy folks tend to come out of the woodwork, to the extent that some of them cross the line. As such, petty crime always seems to abound during the Halloween period. Cornelia's proposal eventually turned out as a project, Law and Order during Halloween. Do we have Cornelia to blame for ruining Halloween Shibuya? I'm just kidding. Of course, in the absence of the necessary arrangements and manpower, her project did not get high praise. Regardless, somehow she was elected for the jury's special award. Aww! It was a prize awarded to a project that tried to challenge the boundaries, but couldn't be implemented due to budgetary and regulatory reasons. Well, it was no wonder that a hasty proposal wouldn't lead to a hasty promotion. Even so, it had been a great opportunity to display her true self and passion. If it affects her employee performance evaluation, perhaps her dreams of being reassigned to a more desirable department won't be so distant after all.
Cornelia 担当司祭
For Cornelia, third-class minister,
特別賞おめでとう
congratulations on winning the special award.
これ副賞の鉛筆セットね
Here's your prize, a pencil set. Great. The chief clerk, a first-class minister, publicly awarded her the prize during the morning assembly. Her co-workers clapped their hands, but she could also overhear them gossiping unpleasantries under their breaths.
あのプロジェクトわざわざ書いて送ったんだな。
She spent all that effort writing and submitting that project too.
真面目な子なのは認めるんだけどね。
Bet she just wants to seem diligent.
若いね。元気だね。
They sure are lively, kids her age.
ゆとりだね。
Yeah. For someone working here, she sure has a lot of free time, submitting project proposals and all that. What a strange character. Or maybe she doesn't like her current workplace. Apparently, that's how she seemed to the others. Not that this would be enough to dishearten Cornelia. Burning with passion, she thought back to her first days at the job and clenched her fists. The chief clerk did take some issue with Cornelia's interpersonal relationships at the office, but she also had an eye for her abundant passion and earnestness. That explained why she had printed out copies of the proposal and handed them out to the whole staff, setting Cornelia up with the opportunity to present it in front of everyone. For your attention, I beg to present to you my humble proposal entitled Project Law and Order During Halloween. Cornelia's chest puffed up with pride as she declared the outline of her project to the audience. First of all, the troubling matter of the various misdemeanors frequently committed by the fickle and frivolous demons and apparitions during the Halloween period. In order to prevent this, the various public agencies would each conduct campaigns from their respective positions. This has not traditionally been under the purview of the Great Court, but as defenders of the law, there is no good reason to overlook the situation. The Great Court sees that its job is to simply judge and nothing else, when in fact more effort could be spent on preventing people from having to be judged in the first place. Cornelia had written that the personnel of the Great Court should raise public awareness on the issue in order to prevent crime and other sources of trouble. Indeed, what she said made a lot of sense. As the first step, know that it is only natural that the personnel of the Great Court ought to act exemplary in upholding law and order.
具体的には?
Meaning what, in practice? The single most likely misdemeanor to occur at Halloween is violent behavior due to intoxication. It is impossible to educate intoxicated people about stopping to act violently. Therefore, it is better to crack down on the source of the problem, intoxication. As officials of the Great Court, during the period of Halloween, we are subject to exceptional scrutiny involving any kinds of scandals involving alcohol. Know that in order to set a good example, all Great Court personnel would be forbidden from partaking alcohol for the entire duration of Halloween. In addition, due to its troubling misuse among the delinquent youth, smoking tobacco would be similarly prohibited for all staff. I can see how that'll be unpopular. Simply put, most of the staff was heavy smokers. People who were more or less heavy drinkers weren't a small part of the staff either. As for the staff members who neither smoked nor drank, well, at least among those present, Cornelia was the only one. We cannot expect to sway people's hearts toward exemplary behavior if we, members of the staff, do not first lead by that example. Therefore, until the end of the Halloween period, know that drinking alcohol and smoking tobacco has been heretofore prohibited for the staff of this department.
課長の決裁が出てます。
Oh, yeah, the section chief approved that.
皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Thanks for your cooperation, everyone. Hearing those words, the crowd had once again started chattering.
組合のお月見が来週あるんですが。
Excuse me, there's that moon viewing party that the union's throwing next week, though.
これはコーネリアちゃんのプロジェクトより前から決まってるから例外ですよね。
It was decided before Cornelia's project, so we get an exception for that, right?
金家謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。
With all due respect,
一切の例外はなきものと知りたまえ。
know that no exception from this project shall be made.
飲酒、喫煙の許可はその一件ごとに部長に書面にて許可が必要なものと知りたまえ。
To receive permission for drinking or smoking, it is required to individually submit a written application to the head of the department. Oh my god. They're gonna hate her. It should be obvious to anyone that these moon viewing parties consist primarily of drinking and socializing over that. Obvious to everyone but Cornelia, that is. For the other staff members, it was a necessary way to relax, but to her, it was nothing but impulsive and immoral behavior.
そこまでの模範を尽くした上で、当期なり職員一同は本来勤務時間以降、駅前、繁華街等で啓発グッズ頒布に従事。
In addition to serving as an example, staff members are also expected to engage in the distribution of materials pertaining to raising public awareness at train stations, shopping districts, and other such places.
一般にハロウィン期間中の後期粛清の理解、協力を求めるものなり。
The purpose of this is to seek cooperation and promote the project, Law and Order during Halloween among the general public.
それ残業ですよね。ハロウィン期間中
So-
ずっと
Overtime? During the entire Halloween?
残業代出るんですか？
Are we at least getting paid for this?
課長から残業代の対象にしてもいいと指示が出ています。
Section chief said it's okay to file it under overtime pay.
ただし今期はすでに残業代がキツキツですので、
Though the current
そ
term
の
is already kind of overpacked, so
私子供の迎えとかあるんで残業困るんですけど。
I gotta pick up my kids and whatnot, so doing overtime would cause me all kinds of problems. It was supposed to have been a wonderful, passionate project. If we want to demand law and order from others, we must first demand it from ourselves. Right? Cornelia's chest may have puffed with youthful passion and pride. That didn't lessen the pain of having her hear the nasty whispering and chattering of the other staff members. Immediately, that same evening, the chief secretary of the labor union had gone to talk directly to the head of the department. He demanded the withdrawal of the cancellation of the moon viewing party and the bans on drinking and smoking. He also wanted a swift response to the matter of withdrawing overtime work compensation. With drinking and smoking being individual rights outlined in the Constitution, prohibiting them is exceedingly likely to be considered a human rights violation. Damn, human rights violator, Cornelia. He requested rewarding the ban from prohibited to restricted. Regarding mandatory overtime work, he voiced a strict disapproval, citing public service and regulations as well as reports of related court cases that had been stalked in the union office. He argued that, in this case, overtime work must not be mandatory, but should be left up to each staff member's judgment, and suggested rewording the proposal as to encourage everyone to show their initiative. And as for the already planned moon viewing event, General Secretariat had already sent a donation, and the event could not be suspended without informing the cabinet. It would be quite enough to simply uphold law and order, simply proceed with Halloween as usual. To ensure smooth negotiations with the union in the future, the head of the department approved all of the demands. The word endeavor was added to every point of Cornelia's project, effectively defanging the whole proposal from all enforceability. However, Cornelia happened to love the word endeavor, so, without giving it much thought, she agreed to all the amendments. The next day, Cornelia was astonished to see that the clouds of tobacco smoke hanging over the workplace had not lessened in the slightest from yesterday. When reminding her coworkers that they should have been making every effort to abstain from smoking at Halloween, they told her,
いやー、何度も禁煙しようとはしてるんだけど、
Yeah,
難しくってね。
I've tried that many times already, but it's not so easy, you know?
努力はしてんだけどね。
I'm endeavoring to stop, though.
するとさ、能率が上がるんだよ。
I work better when I smoke.
今日中に決済に回さないといけないし。
Look, I've got to finish writing up this settlement by
し
today.
てるよ、禁煙の努力は。
But I really am trying to stop.
難しいんだけどね。
It's just so hard, you know? Same answers every time. Non-smokers wouldn't understand. Now off you go. Then what about abstaining from drinking at least? I thought they could at least apply self-discipline during the moon viewing party, but not a single member of the department staff present agreed to that either. And although I hadn't explicitly said anything, my name had already been marked on the party attendance list as the sole absentee. Aww! They're like, we're not having that stick in the mud at the party. Not going. Damn. It did save me the effort of turning the invitation down myself. Perhaps that was for the best.
ちわー
Hello!
法院前署でございます。
We're from the court department.
コーネリア主催はおられますか？
Is Minister Cornelia here?
緊急謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the
自
following.
分がコーネリアであると知り立てますれ。
I am Cornelia.
啓発用のティッシュ持ってきました。
We brought the public awareness tissues. Oh, they're gonna pass them out. The little slip about the campaign in the pack of
こ
tissues.
こに積みますよ。
They're all packed right here.
ほらお前ら、ここに運べ運べ。
Hey guys, put them over there. They were young police officers, and they made a lot of noise moving a bunch of large cardboard boxes. The police were a large part of the law and order during Halloween campaign, so they had procured a lot of goods to distribute. These goods were tissues for raising public awareness with the slogan, "Drink moderately for a fun Halloween. Don't let alcohol swallow you," printed on them. Distributing goods daily in the station and the shopping district adds up to a considerable number, so upwards of tens of thousands of items had already been arranged.
コーネリアちゃん、
Cornelia,
これ配るの？
are you going to give these out?
そうと知りたまえ。
That is indeed the case.
これをすべて繁華街で配り、訴えていくものなり。
All of these shall be distributed in the shopping district.
そこの段ボールを置いた場所さ、
Actually, that place where the boxes are now,
来週の納品物を置くために開けた場所なんだけどさ、
it was cleared out in advance for next week's deliveries, so
来週までにこれ片付く？
think you can get rid of them by next week?
この程度の数、みんなで配ればあっという間に片付くなり。
As long as everyone will help with them, an amount such as this will be cleared out in a matter of moments.
全く問題ないと知りたまえ。
Know that there will be absolutely no problems. Giggle, giggle. As evening fell, Cornelia was waiting alone at the staff entrance with a cardboard box perched on a trolley and filled with promotional tissues. Tissue distribution was to be done by volunteer employees only. Staff was expected to endeavor to participate as much as possible, but in her heart, she already knew. she decided to wait no longer and started pulling the trolley with the huge cardboard box towards the shopping district in front of the station, all on her own. The orange sky of the evening was beautifully blending into the purple of the night. A cool breeze was blowing, as a reminder of the summer long gone. Within the crowds of people rushing over to the station, she selected a suitable street lamp as her base of operations and opened the box. Inside, she found it crammed to the brim with tissues for raising public awareness. An unwilling participant giving them out couldn't convey their intent anyway. That's right. In that case, it's better that they didn't come. Besides, I'd already resigned myself to carry this out, whether anyone helps me or not. Everyone present, I beg your apologies. If it may please you, allow me to request your understanding and assistance in upholding law and order during this year's Halloween period. For the people walking down the road unaccustomed to court language, my speech was unusual enough to turn their heads. My uniform must have seemed strange as well. In order to get their attention through the hustle and bustle of the huge crowd, I had to speak loudly enough to strain my voice. Even so, I had a lot of trouble distributing anything, because people didn't seem to understand me. Even when they somewhat understood me, what I was saying sounded so stiff they didn't feel it was worth stopping their feet. One by one, they all passed me by. Perhaps they were right about court language after all. But even if I changed a regular speech now, I'm so unused to it that I probably still couldn't communicate with the people passing by. For... For law and order during Halloween. Please, for your understanding and assistance. I can't do it. I can't raise my voice. It's no good. Why was that? Because for me, court language itself was a dream. A symbol of my ambitions. It was my dream to become one of the Inquisitors of Heresy and protect justice. I didn't want to let anything make me lose heart. Therefore, speaking colloquially went against my beliefs and saddened me. The people hurrying home were momentarily curious about the unusual uniform, but none of them bothered to take her tissues. The people promoting bars and karaoke clubs on the very same streets knew certain tricks to attract people. Unfortunately, Cornelia had no idea that there were tricks to it in the first place. Her difficulties in giving out the tissues made her remember a story she had read in her childhood. And when she realized that right now, she was the very image of the little match girl. Oh no! Her depression only deepened. Oh, that's funny. Oh no. She's gonna die out there in the snow. I've been clinging onto the same dream since I was a child. Have I really come this far with my eyes blind to reality? Is this the job of the Inquisitor that I dreamt of for so long? Once she lost her faith, the people passing by stopped paying any attention to her whatsoever, as if agreeing with her thoughts. Law and order during Halloween. Your assistance, please. Struggling with embarrassment, I resorted to regular speech in order to be understood. On that day, resolutely keeping at it until late at night, I'd finally managed to distribute half a box of tissues. There was still a stack of 5 more boxes left at the office. I had to distribute an entire box's worth a day. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to clear them all in just 1 week. I had kept standing the whole time, so my feet were now feeling painfully exhausted. From tomorrow on, I'll have to endure both my regular and overtime work on aching feet. A poor girl! It doesn't even need calculating. It's impossible for one person to distribute everything within a week. Obviously. There's far too many. But why did it come to this? Because it was the right thing to do, so I obviously just assumed that a lot of people would want to help out. So if there's many of us handing things out, I thought it was necessary to make an order large enough for all of us. But nobody came to help me. After working overtime until late at night every day for an entire week, I wanted to silently ask myself something. What do I really want to do? What do I really need to do? I had learned how to give out leaflets. I had picked up some tricks like handing out 2 or 3 at a time. And I had gotten faster at the job, but despite all my efforts, I was still only halfway done as the final night approached. Not world end! Tonight was the night of the department's planned get-together, the moon viewing party. Immediately after the chime had marked the end of the shift, all of my seniors got on a rental bus and went to see the cherry blossom trees by a riverbed somewhere. Well, you know, this is... well, I guess they don't have to be blooming. And tonight, I alone was moving a cardboard box on a trolley to the station, preparing to give out tissues until the night falls, just like yesterday. Just like the day before. Just like every day since I got this job. Speaking of the moon viewing, I heard that tonight it was going to be an especially large, bright, white full moon. I found myself thinking that maybe my coworkers would, just this once, cooperate by refraining from drinking. Girl, this is the one time they're not. No. They have no obligation to do that either. Well, sea can't be blue anymore. I know, this is like the freaking sea can't be blue music. This is a lot for right now. My purpose here is to appeal to the crowd to spend the night peacefully. Not disturb my co-workers' social gatherings. An Inquisitor's duty is to destroy evil, not converse in court language. Doesn't this apply here, too? I feel like I finally understood what Senior Aide Gertrude was trying to tell me that day. Even so, I'm still stuck in the same rut. I don't see any possible way to clear out this box by tonight. What if you find Gertrude and you guys can bond, handing out tissues together? And even if I did, there are still a few full ones left at work. What should I do? I mustn't just throw them away. I should probably ask if the police would take care of the leftover ones. Now that I think about it, even the police told me I was ordering more than enough, didn't they? I had proudly announced in clear court language that it was indeed the amount we required. How is it? I knew it! Yes, Cornelia! Yay! Huh? The thing you're doing. How is it? It was Senior Aide Gertrude. Gertrude to the rescue! In the span of this entire week, I had not seen her even once. In other words, she doesn't normally use this station, so she must have explicitly taken the time to come look at me here. She offered her outstretched hand. Before I knew what was going on, I was giving her a tissue that I had twisted from gripping onto it so tightly. She accepted it and took a sidelong glance at the cardboard box with all the numerous tissues still remaining inside it. She said nothing. It was just like the other day. She just silently approached me.
子供の頃に描いた夢は子供の夢でしかない。
The dreams you had as a child, sometimes they went against the state of the whole world. She must have read my resume. She knew I had written about that on my job application.
現実はいつも理想とは違う。
Reality doesn't match your ideals.
反論の余地。
I cannot deny that.
理想を変えるか自分を変えるかしかない。
You must either change the world or give up and let the world change yourself. Ever since the first day at work, my expectations had been betrayed. Even though I got the job I always yearned for, it was nothing like what I dreamed as a child. For that very reason, I ignored that reality and kept chasing my dream. But the perfect job that I imagined doesn't exist in this world. Yeah, obviously not if you have to do what Erica says. I was fascinated by the famous inquisitors I saw on TV, and dreamt of a world with them that I myself made up.
二つある。
So, which one?
何が
I beg your pardon?
世界を変えるか
Will you change the world?
自分を変えるか。
Or will you allow the world to change you?
無理と
I
知りたまえ。
know that doing that is impossible.
どっちも
Which one?
どちらも
Both.
マリア。
Madam. If you're trying to promote your ideals alone, nobody will sympathize with you. The childhood dreams that grew and became stronger over time and became our ideals, those can no longer be changed. That is true not only for me alone, that is the same for everyone. So, changing myself is no different from changing the entire world. Neither of those are possible.
あなたは向いていない。
You are not cut out for this.
何にマリア。
What are you referring to? The job? My ideals? Or perhaps the entire world? The senior aide didn't reply. Just like back then, she was waiting for me to understand it myself.
正座
Sit. Huh?
座りなさい。
Sit down, please.
ここでナリア。
I beg your pardon, do you mean right here on the ground?
正座
Sit. In the middle of the crowd, Senior Aide Gertrude folded her legs underneath her thighs and sat up straight on the ground. Thinking I was about to get scolded as usual, I followed her example. I braced myself for the scolding, whatever may come, but she stayed as quiet as ever. And in silence, I pondered. But then she abruptly held up a single finger. Did she want to tell me something? Oh, no. She wants me to look at what she was pointing at. But where? Above?
お月見。
Moon. Oh, they're having an impromptu moon viewing party. Aww. Indeed, there was a perfectly white, round moon. Perhaps all of my coworkers from the department were also seeing the same thing right now. I could already imagine what tomorrow morning was going to be like. Their conversations would probably be filled with phrases like, "The moon was sure beautiful last night," and so on. I may not be present at the moon viewing party, but perhaps I might be able to join those conversations at least. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The senior aide, Gertrude, unexpectedly spoke in court language. She spoke using the words nearest to my heart. Dreams and ideals, and their realization. Know that these are not things that you should seek out alone. However, people won't listen and won't join someone who merely talk about their ideals and dreams.
謹んでお尋ね申し上げたてまつる。
Madam, my humble apologies, but if I may inquire,
なればいかにして理想は叶えられるものなりや。
if that is the case, in what way am I to fulfill my dreams? The senior aide answered calmly. People don't listen to the ideals or dreams of others. However, people do listen to their friends. So if you talk to your friends about your ideals, they might offer you their help. No matter how grand your ideals may be, if your words cannot convince anybody, you may as well be blowing hot air. How does one convince others, then? There is no way other than for your hearts and minds to interact. Regardless of your ideals, that comes always first. Without communication, nothing can be conveyed. There we were, the two of us in the middle of the nighttime crowd in front of the station, sitting straight up on the ground and looking up at the moon. Somehow, despite the lack of sake and dango, and while feeling oddly calm in this congestion of people moving back and forth, numerous enough to be called a veritable forest, we were having a strange moon viewing party. It's true that I may be inexperienced as a member of the society. Perhaps I could be called one of those typical, uncooperative youngsters. Perhaps my bad manners eclipse my shining ideals. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very start. Should I quit? But then where and how will I get employed again? I finally found a stable job. Now is the time for me to build my life. Perhaps my enthusiasm has expired by the time I graduated school. Is that really all I was good for? Can I no longer fight for my dreams and ideals? Have I made a mistake? It turned out that Gertrude had taken care of the cardboard boxes still left at the workplace. Now they didn't have to be in the way at work anymore. I didn't know how, but it seemed she was aware of all the circumstances surrounding me. Later on, I learned that she was an acquaintance of the chief clerk, who had some concerns and asked her for advice. As a newcomer, Gertrude had been similarly eccentric and suffered her share of hardships as well. The chief clerk must have thought that, without it coming from another girl like that, I wouldn't take their words to heart. Ideals, dreams, myself in the world. Unless I made them all work together, I wouldn't accomplish anything. Perhaps that is what being an adult is about. Perhaps I needed to reach that level and get used to it to become an inquisitor. Yeah, hello Cece. We're having very surprisingly deep mullings over Cornelia being hilariously unsuited to an office job. I haven't reached it yet, so this job isn't suitable for me. On the other hand, we are seeing how Cornelia and Gertrude became friends, and it's very sweet. However, on that day, I was finally able to part with the most immature part of myself. Well, I didn't exactly part with it. I just put it on the back burner for now. My goal is still to become an Inquisitor. However, that comes later. Before that, I want to become an adult. And once I accomplish that, I'll start working toward my goal again. And so, our conversation ended there.
おお、すごいね。
Wow, would you look at that?
あの段ボール、一人で全部配り切ったの。
Did you hand out all the stuff from those cardboard boxes all by yourself?
無理でした。
No, of course not.
お、今後。
Whoa, you dropped the court language? She's doing her best.
恥ずかしいなり。
Oh my god, it's weird hearing her speak normally. I'm not used to this yet. It's a bit awkward. The chief clerk was smiling. Senior aide must have told him about everything. He probably knew all about my childhood dream, the difficulties in my life, and my decision to start anew. I felt like I was an open book, which was very embarrassing.
人はね、
You know,
年齢や就職で大人になるんじゃありません。
people don't become adults with age or employment.
その後の人生をね、じっくりかけて円熟させていって。
Some are mature when they're very young, and some never grow up at all.
大人というものを探すものなんです。
Don't rush this. Take your time.
コーネリアちゃんは若いから、いつも何かに間に合わないかのような焦燥感に脅かされてるかもしれないけれど。
You're young, Cornelia. You seem afraid to miss some deadline.
そんなことはないよ。
But there's no such thing, you see. Especially when you're an immortal fantasy creature.
人生なんて本当に長いんだから。
You have all the time in the world.
いつか
You'll see.
君のなりたい自分になれるといいね。
One day, your dreams will come true.
はい。
Thank you. Aw, he's kind after all. The tedious, woefully inadequate and unchanging workplace seemed just a little more relaxing than usual.
君はお弁当でしたっけ？
Did you bring your did you bring your lunch from home again today?
明日のお昼は係のみんなで近所のお寿司屋さんにでも行ってみませんか？
Tomorrow, let's get everyone on the shift and have lunch at the local sushi place. What do you think? What do you say?
じゃあ決まりで。
Great. It's decided.
明日はお弁当持ってきちゃダメですよ。
Don't cook anything for tomorrow.
あとプロジェクトのまとめを課長に出しておいてね。
And don't forget to report to the section chief about the results of your project.
あとお茶をもらえる？
Oh, hey, do you want some tea? Aww. Yeah. Thank you. Aww. It's all turning out. This was a story from long, long before Cornelia became a member of the Eisern Jungfrau. Oh, that was surprisingly deep. Ten stream streak. Let's go, CC. You've been making it perfect. Delanner! This abundance of tissues is unnecessary. There was a heap of tissue. No! Oh no! They put it all on Delanner. Oh no! The undistributed tissues. There was a heap of tissues piled up on Delanner's paper tray. Gertrude had divided the tissues between her colleagues, and that heap was Lanner's portion of it. Oh. That's your portion. They're very useful. Like for drying up spilled tea, cleaning a dropped piece of candy. Wiping your nose. Wiping ketchup from your cheek.
いずれも上司ドラヌールの必要です
Damn! Get her ass. All very relevant for you, Miss Lanner. There you go, calling her a baby.
必要ないです。
They are unnecessary.
お子様扱いです。
Do not treat me like a child.
いらないです。
Take them away.
大きなお世話です。
Des! This impudence is punishable by death. The ketchup incident from the other day still lingering in her mind, Lanner puffed her cheeks. Oh, ketchup incident.
ならそれはティッシュではなく書類です
Then let us talk about these documents instead.
ですからご決裁をお願い申し上げ立てまつる
Know that they are all waiting for your approval.
全部のティッシュ1枚ずつすべてに
Please
ハンコ
stamp
をお願いするものなり
each of these.
ハンコ
Stamping again?
嫌です。ですです。
Yeah, this. That's so cute. She's so cute. I don't want to do that. Upon each of these documents, I wish death. Yeah, this.
ですですです。
Death. She's so cute. She's so cute. Every hair on Lanner's body was standing on end. Oh, she hates paperwork so much. Like a kitten hates having a bath. Despite being in the management, Lanner had a phobia of stamps. A phobia of stamps? This was a torture, inflicted in order for her to get over it and start stamping things. That young newcomer came to Gertrude's mind. It made her remember her own time as a newbie. Such bittersweet memories. Who knows if she had forgotten the passion that motivated her? And who knows whether that made her an adult?
ついてないです。
Let me out of here!
今日はケチャップも合うので大丈夫です。
Today, nothing involving ketchup shall be eaten. Without realizing, Gertrude had been absent-mindedly patting the head of her ever-youthful superior. Hee 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 hee. Pat, 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 pat. The head inquisitor herself seems the least adult of us all. Hee 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 hee. That was very cute. We got so much concentrated Lanner cuteness right at the end. Yeah, this. Hee 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 hee. Oh, that was something. Next we got Who's Tea Party. Berncastle received an invitation to a tea party. Who sent this? Let's enter the forest and find out together. How mysterious. Woo! Have you ever heard the news brought by the wind? The wind is truly carrying them along and whispering in our ears. How are you, Berncastle? I am hosting a wonderful tea party. Please do participate. Dare no ocha kai? Who could have possibly sent this? It must be from a witch, since a witch is being invited.
面白いじゃない。
Fascinating.
付き合ってあげるわ。退屈をひととき忘れられるなら。
Oh well, this doesn't seem too boring, so I'll play along. Guided by the wind, Berncastle came to a dark, gloomy forest.
こんな森の中で殺されたら、
If
どんな
someone
に悲鳴を上げても誰にも聞いてもらえないわね。
if someone were to be murdered here, they could scream all they want and nobody would hear them.
魔女のお茶会にぴったりの森だわ。
This forest seems perfect for a witch's tea party. At the entrance to the forest, there was a chair-shaped tree stump with a small sign hanging on it. Welcome to the witch's tea party. You surely must be tired from your long journey. Please feel free to take a rest on this stump. Burncastle looked the stump over. Oh, I see. They want me to sit here to trigger some sort of trap. For example, a cherry pie might fall on my head, and I'll end up a laughingstock. Well, you almost got me. Burncastle was almost made into entertainment for the guests of the tea party, instead of being a guest herself. Ah ha 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 ha! That's them at them. That's them at her. She continued further down the forest path. Soon, Burn found a raspberry bush with a small table in front. Oh, that looks delicious. Hello? I like how there's... Oh, those are... I was like, those are clearly strawberries, but now that I'm staring at it, they are blurry raspberries. Okay. On top, there was a glass of raspberry juice. You must be thirsty. Please drink this. Oh, girl, you have... You're made of sterner stuff than me. I could not refuse this. Burncastle looked at the juice glass. Oh, I see. It must be poisoned. When I drink this, my stomach will start hurting so much that I'll break down in pain, and I'll end up a laughingstock. Oh, man. I'd be so tempted. Well, you almost got me. Burncastle figured yet another trap out. Wherever she went, the forest was full of various traps waiting for her. Please eat this. It is a delicious akebia fruit. Akebia? I'm not falling for that. This is obviously poison too. Why not play around in a bit? Here's a fun ivy swing. I'm not falling for that. This is certainly a trap. That was easy to figure out. Oh my god. A witch's gingerbread house? Is the Hansel and Gretel witch? After some time, she ended up in the deepest part of the forest. Pog? There, she saw a house made out of candy. You have truly done well. Please knock and enter. Maybe they were all traps? Damn. Who's the host of this ludicrous tea party? Surely this isn't how Burncastle meets Lambda Delta. I hope I can at least get a look at their face. Oh, I see. This house must be a trap too. I should be careful. Burncastle held her breath and carefully looked inside the house. Oh my god, yeah! Inside, Lambda Delta and Featherine were drinking tea and having a chat together. Burn will certainly come soon. She's even more skeptical than a cat. She'll think this all to be a trap, then turn back before she gets here. The two were arguing about whether or not Burn would end up coming to the party. No, Burn will certainly, absolutely come. I stake my title as a witch of certainty on it. Also, she's not one to be scared of traps. Whether it's chairs, drinks, or snacks, it doesn't matter.
森のお茶会を楽しんでもらえるようにたくさんの思考でおもてなししてるんだもの。
I left all those things on her way to make her trip more enjoyable.
きっとベルも楽しみながらここまでやってくるはずよ。
Bern will come here and she'll be in a nice mood. Look at the tea party. Oh, tasty cookies.
はてさて、
We'll
どうかな。
We'll see.
私はあれがミコだった頃からよく知っている。
Since she's my former Miko, I know her well. Bern in a nice mood? Yeah.
そなたが思
Nice
ってい
joke.
るより
True.
あれははるかに不器用で愚鈍で、そして怯えやすい。
Damn, get her ass. You have no idea how clumsy, silly, and scaredy she is.
そなたの思考を介するほど、あれの心は広くない。
She doesn't have enough heart to figure your plan out.
それはあんたのとこに行った時の話でしょ。
You were the one who made her like that, weren't you?
今は違うのよ。
Well, she's changed now.
あの子はね、私と一緒に遊ぶようになってからすっごい明るくなったの。
Ever since she started playing with me, Bern opened up a lot.
昔のあの子とは違うのよ。
She's not the same person she was before.
どうかな。
Oh, really?
いくら餌を与えようとも、野良猫は決して懐かぬ。
No matter how much you might feed a stray cat, it will never become attached to you. Not necessarily. I've had... Not necessarily.
この茶会は私とそなたの二人きりのものになるであろう。
The two of us will be the only guests at this tea party. Lambda isn't completely wrong. She showed up, even if she snubbed all the stuff in the way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
来るわよ。
She'll come.
絶対にベルは来るわ。
Bern will certainly come.
絶対の魔女が約束する。
I swear, as the witch of certainty.
来ぬ来ぬ。
No, she won't.
あれは決して来ることはない。
There's no way.
感激の魔女が約束しよう。
I'll swear it as the witch of theater going. There's no red.
Welcome!
Hey! Okay, cool. The video played completely that time. I don't know why it cut itself off in the last stream. Alright, good to know I don't have to, like, re-upload it or anything. I don't see any red text feathering.
来るわよ。
She'll come!
あの子は私と遊ぶようになってから変わったの。
She's a different person now. Bern quickly went backwards along the forest path. Did she sense another trap and decide to turn back? No, that wasn't it.
アウアウローラに絶対来ないと言われたら
It's just that Ao Ao thinks I won't come.
意地でも言ってやろうって思うわ。
So I'll do it to spite her.
あんにゃろうの思い通りに
There
な
we
るのだ
go.
けは
There we
絶対
go.
にごめんよ。
The last thing I want to do is what that bitch expects of me. What if she was doing that on purpose and knew you were there and this is reverse psychology?
ええ、それだけが理由よ。
Yup, that's the only reason.
ラムダのアンポンターに義理立てしてるつもりはさらさらないんだから。
Lambda has nothing to do with it. Not at all. Bern was muttering to herself while still rapidly walking backwards. If she did want to join the tea party, why was she doing that? She went all the way back to the entrance of the forest. Girl! All the way back to the chair-shaped stump with the sign. Oh, she's going back to try everything that she put out for her and find out that they're traps anyway. Oh, great.
全くにも
Aww.
歩き続けで疲れ
This
て
is sweet, but this will be funny if they're traps anyway. Yeah, I'm really exhausted from walking this much.
ぜひそうさせてもらうわよ。
I'll rest here for a bit. Bern sat on the chair. I knew it. This was a roundabout way of doing things, but she did end up participating in Lambda Delta's tea party. I heard those sound effects of her getting hit with a pie. Told you, I caught Burn. I knew I could catch her.
疑り深きこと猫のごとしと思っていたそなたがこの程度の罠に引っかかるとは。
And here I was thinking you're as skeptical as a cat. To think that you'd fall for a trap of this level.
失望。いや、飽きさせぬな、そなたは。
You disappoint. Actually, no. You truly never let me get bored.
そうね。私は本当に変わったわ。
Yeah, I've changed.
ラムダのせいでだいぶ甘口になったわよ。
I've become more paper thanks to Lambda. Burncastle was sitting on the stump bound by chains with a cheesecake on top of her head. A whole cheesecake? That's got some mass to it. That's like, dang. It looked almost like a hat. The trap was designed to be triggered by whoever sits on the chair. Look at her, she's got the whole cheesecake on her head. Okay, that wasn't as massive as I was imagining, but funny. Here they are, all having the tea party. Oh. Burncastle's outfit actually looks really pretty in this CG. Did you have fun?
まあまあね。
Well, it's not bad.
これがチーズケーキじゃなくて、梅干しジャムのパイだったら100点満点だったわよ。
If it was a plum jam pie instead of a cheesecake, I would have given you a perfect score.
いや、チーズケーキで似合っているぞ。
Oh no, the cheesecake suits you perfectly.
そなたの髪に実によく似合う。
It truly matches your hair well.
アワウローラの頭には多分納豆とおからのジャム瓶が似合うわよ。
And you, Ao Ao, natto and okara jam would probably suit your head best. Oh, getting that out of your hair has got to be a nightmare. Now that Burn has arrived, the fun tea party of witches could finally begin. Aww. How nice. Okay, that one was a decent... That one was a good length. That was a... Not too long. And cute. Alright. Dun, 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 dun. Valentine's Day again! Valentine's Day letters. Valentine's Day letters have arrived for Battler. Each contains a heartfelt message. Aww! Ange is in this one. Alright, before I start this up... I'm gonna do a small break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, Angel is 17 years. I've noticed that name gets thrown around a little. That's the really good one, huh? Wait. Oh, that's gotta be the yaoi one. Uh-oh, okay. Alright. Valentine's Day letters. Oh, damn! I should have known for Valentine's Day. He was just getting settled back in his chair. Now he's like, dang it. Let's just say it's laser targeted. Oh, great. Oh, great.
I apologize for the disturbance. Yeah, you sure do.
バトラ様、皆様からバレンタインレターを預かっております。
Butler-sama, I have brought Valentine's Day letters.
Oh, そうか?
Huh? Really? Let me take a look. Oh, damn.
Oh, boy.
From all 7 of them. Or do I have to choose? Oh my god, I choose. Who do you guys want to hear from first? You want to go in order of age, or do you guys got any faves among the sisters? Mammon, let's go. Anja's girlfriend. To our magnificent and stunning territory, Lord. As furniture, nothing pleases me more than working for your majesty and gradually gaining your trust. However, do you think it's above a furniture station to wish for trust? Even greater than this, she is Mammon of Greed. I am Mammon of Greed. I am covetous furniture, who wishes to be the only one reflected in your eyes. From the 5th eldest of the 7 sisters of Purgatory, Mammon, with love, and even more love. Alright, next we got Leviathan requested. The stationery's cute. To the territory lord who probably already received a ton of chocolate from others. Although my chocolate may be only one of the many that you've received, I still poured all my heart and effort into making it. But even if my chocolate is just an insignificant part of a huge pile, that's fine. I just hope that among the countless loving eyes gazing at you, you won't forget the ruby-colored pair that would so easily fly into a jealous rage. From the 2nd eldest of the 7 sisters of Purgatory, Leviathan, with love and envy. Alright, I want to hear from Beelzebub. extra cake and chocolates on hers.
偉大なる領主陛下へ
To His Majesty, the Territory Lord and the Master of the Game Board.
陛下に失礼なチョコを送ってはならないと思い試食に試食を重ね最も美味なチョコを探しました
I thought Your Majesty deserved only the best chocolate, so I taste tested countless varieties in search of the greatest chocolate delicacy. Yes, of course, so she can only get even more for White Day. Of course, of course.
煉獄の七姉妹
Oh yeah, I think that's coming.
愛とカカオを込めて
From the sixth eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Beelzebub, with love and cocoa.
PS 一番美味なチョコは本当に美味しかったです
The greatest chocolate was truly amazing.
食べ出したら止まりませんでした
After tasting it, I just couldn't help myself.
全部食べてしまったので
Ha ha ha.
2番目に美味しかったチョコを送ります
I ate the whole thing, so the chocolate I've sent here is the second most delicious variety.
ごめんなさい
Sorry about that. Cute. How about Belfie? To His Majesty, the Territory Lord and the Master of the Game Board.
私は多数の男性にチョコを配っておりますが、それは自己を磨かぬものでさえも毎年チョコがもらえ、ますますに怠惰にさせるための悪魔のチョコなのです。
I have given chocolate to many, but all of it has been demonic chocolate designed to drive the helpless to sink further and further into sloth, year after year.
しかし陛下は自己の研鑽を常に続けられるのかな。
Your Majesty, however, keeps tirelessly improving himself.
怠惰への罠でなく、心よりの気持ちを込めて、バレンタインチョコを献上いたします。
Thus, the Valentine's chocolate I'm offering today is not hiding a trap of sloth, but my heartfelt feelings. Aww, that's cute.
煉獄の七姉妹、四女、ベルフェゴール、愛と敬意を込めて。
From the fourth eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Belphegor, with love and respect. How cute. I'll go the rest in order. Why not? Lucifer. To His Majesty, the Territory Lord and the Master of the Game Board. On account of Valentine's Day, and as the representative of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I hereby present an offering of chocolate as well as an oath of our eternal allegiance. Oh, there's another PS. From the eldest of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, with love and loyalty. P.S. Girl, what? Given your order, I would be honored to become a chair, candle stand, cat, carpet, furniture, or even a slave for your sake. Is she okay? My lord, please use this lowly piece of furniture however you wish. Is she okay? Lucifer, do we need to talk? Satan. What the fuck? To His Majesty, the Territory Lord and the Master of us Seven Sisters. My stupid sisters have undoubtedly included some shameless letters along with the chocolates they have sent you. Shameless is one way of putting that last one I just read. However, they are not at fault. All the blame lies with me and my sorely lacking guidance. My humblest apologies. If anyone is to be reprimanded, it should be me. I am prepared to receive any and all criticism. You didn't need to go that far, girl. From the third eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Satan, with love and apologies. And then, the youngest, Asmodeus. Oh, and then she has this cutesy, bold writing. To His Majesty the Territory Lord and the Master of the Game Board. I have melted my heart into this chocolate. In fact, had it been possible, I would have wanted to become Your Majesty's chocolate myself. Jesus Christ. I should have expected as much, but, because in that case, when Your Majesty would have eaten me, I could have entered your mouth and rolled around on your soft, warm tongue, filling your mouth with ample pleasure. What's Shimoneta? From the youngest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Asmodeus, with love, passion, and melancholy. I want the Oxford comma, please. This is making me feel bad. Ahem! Dance to my tune. What happened in it?
There are still a lot of letters left.
Thank you. Oh boy. Dance of the Moon Rabbits coming up with them being here. 556 is in here. But she's dead. How could she write a letter? Very carefully. I think we should go in order here, don't you guys think? Chester 00. To His Majesty, the Territory Lord of Fragment number 1118460. From the 4096th Infantry of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards. It went viral for a scene where the main girl puts part of herself in the... Oh. Oh dear. I mean... At least there's no way it was, like, what they do in Midsummer, I hope. Oh boy. The purpose of this letter is not only to celebrate Valentine's Day, but also to express my deep respect and affection for Your Majesty. The enclosed chocolate has passed the inspection of the medical team of the Imperial Guards. Alright, no poison.
安心してお召し上がりください。
Please enjoy it at ease.
シエスタ WO
Chester 00. Chester. Alright. Chester 410. Yeah, I gotta get my knees ready. To His Majesty, the Territory Lord of Fragment 118460.
シエスタ姉妹近衛隊第4096戦隊本部
From the 4096th Infantry of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards.
ばらまくギリチョコはバレンタインのショットガン
Chocolate roses given to friends on this day are like a shotgun.
決め打ち本命チョコはバレンタインの狙撃ライフル
Chocolate of true love that guarantees a perfect strike is like a sniper rifle.
あんたに送るチョコはバレンタインのなんなんね
The chocolate I sent you. Which one do you think it is? Yeah. That's not threatening at all.
シエスタ410に
Chester 410. Yeah. That's not threatening at all. Okay. 45. Hey.
あてかけら第113万6480番領主陛下
To His Majesty, the Territory Lord of Fragment 1118460.
初シエスタ姉妹近衛隊第4096戦隊本部
From the 4096th Infantry of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards.
いつもお世話になっております
Thank you very much for everything.
本当は手作りのチョコを送りたかったのですが昨年の
What?
チョコレートテロの
Oh, yeah!
手作りチョコの送付が禁じられてしまいました
I actually wanted to send you handmade chocolate, but because of the chocolate terrorism incident last year, there was a ban on putting handmade chocolate in the mail this year. Thanks, Beatrice, for blowing it all up.
陛下のお口に合うように心を込めて選びました
Blowing all the White Day presents up. I put my heart into choosing the chocolate most suitable for your Majesty's
お
tastes.
召し上がりいただければ幸いです
It would be my honor if you found it satisfactory.
シエスタ45
Chester 45. And then Chester 556, who's supposed to be dead. How did she write a letter? Very carefully? I don't know if I've even heard her voice.
でかけら第116万8410番領主陛下
Ooh, she has a nice voice. To His Majesty, the Territory Lord of Fragment number 1118460.
初シエスタ姉妹近衛隊第4096戦隊本部
From the 4096th Infantry of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards.
ありがとうの気持ちにチョコを添えてお送りします
I hope my feelings of gratitude and the enclosed chocolate reach you well. She does have a nice voice. No wonder her GF still misses her real.
どうかこれからもシエスタ姉妹近衛隊をよろしくご指導願います
As you have, please allow the Chester Sister Imperial Guards to remain in your thoughts.
近衛隊は女子しかいないのでこういう習慣は初めてで不明です
There are only girls in the Imperial Guards, so this custom is new to me.
これでバレンタインのお作法は合っていますか
Have I followed proper Valentine's Day etiquette with my letter?
教えてもらえたならありがたいです
If you find the time to let me know, thank you very much in advance.
シエスタ556
Chester 556.
推進
P.S.
先日引いたおみくじが大凶でした
No! The fortune slip that I pulled at the shrine the other day said I was in for terrible luck.
次の護衛に けたい。
No! I should take care on my next mission. Rosa's gonna get her! What the fuck? Why did they do that? Oh, we got the crazy music on for these girls. Well, after what we heard from Cornelia, I think we should hear from her first. For your attention.
大寒の頃、春の足音を聞きつつ、こたつにこもることこれ、至福なりやと知りたまえの今日この頃、いかがお過ごしなりやと申し上げたてまする。
Know that I would like to ask how this cold time of year is treating you, and to let you know that huddling under a kotatsu is the most blissful experience while waiting for the spring.
昨年のチョコレートテロ事件以来、嫉妬し、転覆させんと企む輩多数が犯行声明を出してるものなり。
Owing to the chocolate terrorism incident last year, a great number of sympathizers seeking to overthrow this event out of jealousy have since risen. A notice regarding this criminal activity has already been issued.
法の番人の自覚を持ってますますに職務に励むものなりや。
As defenders of the law, we must endeavor to engage in our duties with ever-growing enthusiasm.
補佐官コーネリア。
You say, girl, what is this letter? This is so in character after that one that you came in on. Aid Cornelia.
異端審問官たるもの、書面も法語を使うことが求められるものなり。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Inquisitors are required to utilize court language even when writing letters.
読み方さん、平にご容赦立てまつりたまえ。
Should any difficulties arise upon reading, I offer my sincerest apologies. Damn. Did see all that kanji? Gertrude. For your attention.
寒さますますに厳しい今日この頃、陛下においてますますにご健康であると察し立てまつるものなりや。
Lately, the cold weather has been ever increasing in its intensity. I hope that your majesty has been taking care to remain healthy.
謹んでセントバレンタインデーを祝福するとともに、
I wish you a very happy Valentine's Day.
敬愛のチョコレートをここに送付したてます。
In celebration, allow me to send you this chocolate, expressing my most humble respect.
上級補佐官ガートルー。
Senior Aide Gertrude. P.S.
猫を飼い始めました。
Yes! Let's go!
可愛いですよね。
I've recently obtained a cat. It's adorable.
陛下は犬派ですか？猫派ですか？
I was wondering whether your majesty's preference lies with cats or dogs. Oh my god. Gertrude is so cute. Between these last couple of things. Hey, Rowan! Between these last couple of, like, side stories, my like for Gertrude has gone up a lot. And then our baby Diana. In celebration of St. Valentine's Day, and to express my gratitude, I am sending this chocolate to you. However, rather than sending chocolate on Valentine's Day, I would prefer to receive. Chocolate is my love. After all, I am a child. Though, hot chocolate is something I hate. Damn. That's sad. Sorry you're going through that. I hope you, mend your ways sometime. It's too easy to spill. Okay, I can understand that. And too difficult to wash off. This is why Gertrude was offering you all those tissues. If Gertrude will see this letter, she's going to force me to rewrite. So I'm sending it in secret before Gertrude notices. The way she falls through the floor. Dlanner A. Knox, Eisern Jungfrau, Head Inquisitor. What should I eat for dinner? Chicken. That's what I had. I had chicken. Yeah! Those two, knocking him out of the way. Zepar, start with Zepar. Oh, actually what Cece said. Happy Valentine's Day! How are you liking it so far? It's an outstanding event! I feel like a couple of years ago you were going to sleep pretty early. But maybe that's just, it felt that way because my time zone was different. After all, today is the day when we're allowed to use the sweet poison of chocolate for hunting. Once I set my eyes on the prey, I'll never allow them to escape. So the chocolate here isn't just any old Valentine's Day chocolate. You should consider it an advance warning of a crime. The Golden Witch's letter of threatening Valentine's Day? Oh, it's not so easy for a blind traveler to find their way in the desert of love. Try your best to avoid me. Zepar, the hunter of love. That was terrifying, thanks. I thought you'd be good at this. This is like your whole thing. But I support your bad choices, but also I hope your tummy agrees with whatever you get. So many hearts. Love, 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 love. Happy Valentine's Day! How have you been? There's no day so soft and so melty as this one. Know that, oh yeah, I mean it does make sense that their letters would be long. Know that no matter how small the piece of chocolate gifted to you is, the feelings hidden inside it are enough for an entire feast. So, do you think that chocolate is given to you out of duty? I'll tell you this. This duty merely gives blushing girls a way to cover up their true feelings for you. Of course. My feelings are all out in the open. You might think you're too cool for love or chocolate, but you won't be able to live without mine. See, that's more what I was expecting. Hey, Peach Tea! Furfur, the trainer of love. See that? I was expecting more of that. But, like, Zeppar's was terrifying. Hey, Peach Tea! I wonder if Dan's paying attention. Huh, I wonder what's in that chocolate. I'm coming for you. Yeah, he was like, ah! It was like, Happy Valentine's Day, this is a threat. I said that as he sent that. I know, right? I noticed that. Huh, I wonder what's in that chocolate. I'm too scared to eat it. Yeah, real.
Oh, do not worry about that, my lord. You're not going to be eating it.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Ronobe? I wasn't planning to, but why?
Happy Valentine's, this is a threat.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Ronobe's like, bet! Please, look at this.
Oh boy.
Happy Valentine!
Happy Valentine's!
And 残念でした
And oh, too bad. Oh my god, the difference in font? Just so you know, I've already eaten all the chocolate sent to you. And if I ever see you, you're dead. You're not getting your hands on chocolate ever again. But I feel sorry for your ugly face, so I left a tiny piece just for you. Be grateful for my kindness. Oh, shy. I thought of giving you something handmade, but it was so delicious that I ate it myself. Store-bought is good enough for you. The great golden witch, Beatrice. She ate all the chocolate. She ate all the chocolate. But yeah, Peach Tea, I'm a little over half. After this, I'll show you the ones I've done so far. Just as you'd expect from her.
Still, please accept Milady's feelings.
Alright, fine. There's nothing wrong with store-bought chocolate anyway. Yeah, you can tell that this battler from the last Valentine's to this one is like pre and post realizing everything and putting it all together. Oh, hey, come back.
Thank you very much. And at last, here's a letter and chocolate from Anja-sama.
Thank you for saving Ange's chocolate and making sure Beato didn't eat it. Even Ange? To my brother. What a time to mention burgers. I'm sure that even someone like you received a ton of Valentine's chocolate this year. But they're just trying to get your attention, so don't act too happy about it.
兄ちゃんの頃と違って最近の女の子はお友達感覚で気軽にチョコをやり取りするんです。
Unlike back in your day, nowadays it's common for girls to just give chocolate to friends. She's like, she says unlesbianly.
チョコがちょっと手作りでハート型だったりするからって鼻の下を伸ばさないように。
My chocolate is handmade and heart-shaped, but don't think too hard about it.
お兄ちゃんの可愛い妹エンジェより
From your adorable little sister, Ange. Ehehe. Ehehehe. Ange! Oh, her little cheeks. Ooh. Cute. Very cute way to finish that off. Alright, now I can show Peach Tea what I got. So I got Mother's Day, the Memoirs of Lambda Delta, the 2 different Valentine's ones, Cornelia's new job, the Who's Tea Party, where Burncastle gets cheesecaked, and then these Valentine's Day letters. That's what I've done so far. So I have these left. And next we've got 2 Mount Purgatory Saktaro. As in, Maria reads Dante's Inferno, I guess. Saktaro awakens to find himself at Mount Purgatory. What trials await him? I know people say that the original sprites are the best, but I love PS3 Beato's facial expressions. They're fantastic. I agree. I agree. Have I read Dante's Inferno? Not in full. I've read sections of it. Or I think in a class we just read like a section from like A Layer of Hell or something like that. I know what happens in the hell parts, but I don't know so much about the Beatrice parts and the Mount Purgatory part. So I guess I should read it one of these days. How long have I been here? Things seem to have changed since I woke up. Because I was neither in the warm futon, nor the basket filled with stuffed animals. Who is Saktaro's Virgil? Good question. It was dark, and I found myself standing at the base of a rocky mountain. There was no grass, just naked rock. There were trees, but they were completely withered, not a single leaf on them. Who am I? Where am I? Oh, who's Virgil? I guess it's Virgilia. Damn, okay. You are Maria's precious stuffed lion. Saktaro. Thanks to that voice, I remembered everything. It's okay, Cece. That's exactly right. I am Saktaro, a stuffed lion. But why am I here? Where's Maria? Remembering things one by one, I arrived at my last memory and figured out where I was. This place is Mount Purgatory. We're standing at its base. This person is Virgilia, one of the witches who gave me a soul. Which son?
僕はマリアのところへ帰りたいです。
I'd like to go back to Maria.
帰らなかったらマリアがきっと泣き止みません。
If I don't come back, Maria is sure to cry.
どうやったら帰ることができますか？
How can I go home?
この山のてっぺんに至れば帰ることはできるでしょう。
You should be able to go home after arriving at the summit of the mountain.
ただし、それはとても大変な試練です。
However, this is a terrible trial indeed.
その試練に耐えられたら僕はマリアのところへ帰れますか？
If I endure this, will I be able to come back to Maria?
帰れます。
That's correct.
ですが、それはあまりに大変なことですよ。
But it will be a harrowing experience.
ウリュウ、マリアのところに帰れるなら僕は何でも頑張ります。
I'll do whatever it takes to come back to Maria. Virgilia told me all of the fearful trial that was ahead, but I remained composed. I feel like this is the most original Umineko-esque background we've had so far, huh? If that was the only path that led back to Maria, I had no reason not to follow it. Clenching my fists, as well as my cotton, I began to ascend Mount Purgatory. This is the first rank.
Objection!
Here, the sin of pride is purified. Look.
ここでは生前に高慢の罪を犯した者たちが重い石を背負って歩き続けなければなりません。
Whoever committed such a sin during their lifetime is now forced to carry a heavy stone on their back. That was what Virgilia told me. She also told me that the demons of Mount Purgatory would find me here. Yay! Yeah, there you go. Should be all good. She also told me that the demons of Mount Purgatory would find me here. You've committed the sin of pride. You cannot continue without purifying it.
ウリュウ、僕にはどんな高慢の罪があるのですか？
Hydrate, thank you. Uryu, what did I do to commit such a sin? I've needed to stretch my back for a bit now, so I appreciate this. Stretch, stretch. I've needed that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Uryu, what did I do to commit such a sin? You decided that Maria will be helpless without you. Damn. So are we gonna get Saktaro the Sinner? We're gonna learn about all of the ways Saktaro is a sinner? Awfully conceited for a stuffed animal, no? That is your sin of pride. Thus you shall carry this stone around until I say you've done enough. At first I thought that around an hour would be enough for them to attain forgiveness for this. However, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. I get it. I am currently dead. Since I want something as far-fetched as being revived, there's no way I'd be easily forgiven. Oh, so this is after Rosa tears the doll apart. Uryu.
わかりました。
I understand.
お兄さんがいいと言うまで頑張ります。
I will persevere until Demon-san says it's enough. I was burdened with a heavy rock that matched my size. Well, it was more of just a stone. I will get dusty if I carry this thing around on my shoulders. But for Maria's sake, I had to come back home as fast as I could. I took the large stone and started going around the first rank of the mountain over and over, together with the crowd of the dead. What a wonderful mental image. A little Sakutaro carrying it around with the legions of the dead. I must come back to Maria, right? Of course. I want to come back. But that... Hello, Lambda Delto. What's up? We're, analyzing Sakutaro's sins. But that was what made Demon-san mad, wasn't it? I have to try harder. Day by day, without any rest, I carried the stone around in circles. Well done, Sakutaro. Your sin of pride is purified. Ooh, yes it is. Thank you, Demon-san. That is correct. My reaction at the end? Oh boy. Okay, I guess you'd best stick around. I'll try not to get too sidetracked so that I don't make you wait longer than necessary. Thank you, Demon-san. May I ascend the mountain now? Indeed. Isn't that wonderful, Sakutaro? Come. Come. Up. Virgilia was waiting for my trial to be over this whole time. It took me 2 whole years. Damn! Jeez Christ. I was so dusty that even if I dive deep into water, it wouldn't wash away. Rather than a yellow lion, I became a brown bear. Maria won't hate me for just being a little dirty. I'm coming. Let's ascend. This is the second rank. Yikes! Here, people walk around with their eyelids sewn shut. I was once more stopped by a demon. You were always jealous of Maria's relationship with her mother. Until that sin of envy is purified, you may not ascend. That could well be true. When Maria watched TV with her kind mama, I was always sitting on Maria's lap. She only talked to Mama, so I can't say I never felt envy during those times. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, wait. Actually, this is a good test to make sure this works. There we go. She only talked to Mama, so I can't say I never felt envy during those times. Uryu, that is also my sin. I will endure this trial. You're a stuffed lion. You don't have eyelids. Let's see. I could tear out the black fabric that makes up your eyes. Oh! The eyes that Maria, always praised for being so cute, were torn off in an instant. Oh no! Cotton almost started spilling out of the holes. Cotton is precious. It's thanks to Cotton that I am fluffy, and that Maria is happy with me. Holding it back with both of my hands. This is upsetting! I unsteadily crawled on the surface of the mountain, challenging the new trial. This is so sad. What? The trial of the second rank took 2 whole years as well. Well done. Well, if it's 4 years since the time Maria lost you, I think she's already dead. Unfortunately. Well done. Your sin of envy is purified. Come, let us restore your eyes. The demon sewed the black fabric of my eyes back on. It wasn't done very well. Damn it. My face ended up changing somehow. And because I spent so long crawling around, the white fabric of my belly became completely black and worn out as well. But I will persevere. I will definitely come back to Maria. Uryu. The third rank. Here, the sin of wrath is purified. Surely little Sakutaro isn't guilty of wrath. Jealousy and resentment. I mean, isn't this the same thing? Isn't this already? This is kind of splitting hairs here. You, a stuffed animal, have resented Maria's and Rosa's relationship. Until that sin is purified, you may not ascend. The fourth rank. Here, the sin of sloth is purified. You spent a lot of time with Maria in leisure, stealing both her independence and her opportunities to study. Until that sin is purified, you may not ascend. This trial also took a long time. At the third rank, in the middle of terribly heavy smoke, I was forced to constantly pray, while choking violently. By the end, the smell of smoke would no longer come out. That was sad because Maria hated the stench of tobacco smoke. At the fourth rank, I was made to run around the mountain. I was chased by a dreadful demon, and it was very scary. My fabric kept getting caught on rocks and cotton and kept getting torn out. Only after I purified this sin did I notice that my right leg had been torn to pieces. The fifth rank. Here, the sin of greed is purified. I always wanted Maria to love me more than anyone else. That probably was greed. It seems you're starting to understand. Here you will bow to the ground and repent. The sixth rank. Here the sin of gluttony is purified. Uryu. Some evenings, When Maria was home alone, I suggested her to buy some snacks.
寝る前にお菓子を食べるのがいけないことだと知っていたのにです。
Even though I knew that eating snacks at night is bad for your health.
それは暴食の罪になると思います。
That probably was gluttony. I see that you understand. Here, you must repent before you eat. This trial seemed easy compared to all the previous ones, because he didn't eat. However, it was already nighttime on Mount Purgatory. The wind blew, it rained and snowed. Sometimes boiled sulfur came raining down. Spending several years to repent for all my sins, I became more and more worn out. The wind and the rain caused me to become completely black, and I looked more like a dusty mop than a stuffed animal. If you were to brush your cheek against me now, I would not feel soft at all. I would feel like a dirty, wrung-out mop. One that's completely stiff and dry. During the time I was being soaked by the rain and dried by the sun, both of my legs and my left arm were torn off. My mane became black and damaged. Even if nobody tells me about it, I know full well I look nothing like a lion anymore. I have finally overcome the 7th rank and finished my trials. Virgilia has been guiding me through this for over 10 years now. I'm not a lion anymore. I'm not a stuffed animal. I'm just a coal-colored cotton mop. I overcame every trial, but I'm very sad. Maria won't recognize me like this. I was made by her mama, and I was a unique stuffed animal. So the only one who could fix me is Mama herself. And that is something I knew from the start. And since it was my own creator who destroyed me, she will probably never fix me again. I have purified all my sins, but I can no longer return to Maria as Sakutaro. Sakutaro, you did well.
あなたは天国へ行くことを選ばない代わりにベアトリーチェの魔法で再び人間の世界に蘇ることが特別に許されました。
Instead of going to heaven, you can choose to have Beatrice's magic revive you once again in the world of humans. Oh boy.
こんなにもみすぼらしい黒ずんだ綿の塊に過ぎません。
I wonder if this is the reveal of the thing. But I'm just a black lump of cotton now.
こんな僕が本当にサク太郎なのでしょうか?
Am I really Sakutaro anymore?
マリアは本当に僕をサク太郎だと分かってくれるでしょうか?
Will Maria even recognize me?
あなたをあなただと認めてくれるかどうかは誰にも分かりません。
Nobody could answer that question except herself.
それを知ることが恐ろしいなら、あなたは天国へ登ることもできるのです。
If you're too afraid to find out, it's okay if you choose not to revive. Sakutaro felt unsure about his decision. I'm not even a stuffed animal anymore. I'm just a dirt black piece of cotton. Even if I were to come back to Maria, there's no chance she'll know who I am.
どちらにしますか?
What's your choice? Oh, no. We're on a completely different one now. This is, Sakutaro goes to Mount Purgatory and, goes through all of Dante's trials. and is no longer who he was when he started. Maria's little stuffed animal. What's your choice?
天国でも人間界でも
Will you go back to the world of humans or not?
どちらを選んでも良いのですよ。
Either choice is fine with me. And we found out that Sakutaro is guilty of all 7 sins, but in the most, like, non-issue ways possible, so it's so sad he still has to spend 10 years repenting for his sins. Sins such as, oh, I encouraged Maria to go to the store to get snacks sometimes. Or, when Maria had me on the couch and she was talking to her mama all the time, I wish she talked to me some. Like, wow, incredibly terrible sins. Yeah, Kon from Bleach going through it, real. Will you go back to the world of humans or not? Either choice is fine with me. Uryu. I've decided. Maria might not recognize you, you know? It's not important whether she will recognize me. I want to be by her side. Even if she decides I'm just a dirty lump of cotton, that's fine. Very well. Maybe he's also atoning for Kon's sins, which are many and damning, from Bleach. That would be really funny. Very well, then I shall entrust you to Beatrice's magic. To Beatrice of Rokenjima? No, not her. And Beatrice. While you were doing your trials, a new person inherited the name of Beatrice. She will be the one to revive you. Yeah, I had a feeling this is where this is going. We're gonna find out about that thing you joked about accidentally, Dan, I think. She will be the one to revive you through the miracle of endless magic. What if Satan got confused and started punishing you for some other motherfucker's sins? I'd be pissed. Me too. That would be so wrong. Saktaro slowly woke up. I knew it! 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 It smelt dusty. A futon shop, maybe? Are they gonna show the picture? This was neither Maria's room, nor Beatrice's mansion. Saktaro heard someone's voice. He heard someone descending a wooden staircase. Who's there? Will they recognize me as Saktaro? Oh, yes, they will. And will they take me back to Maria? Debatable. This is the answer to episode 4. Okay, so Lambda Delta. Actually, I'll wait till the scene resolves to tell you what happened when I got there. Originally. And will they take me back to Maria? I was mixed in with a bunch of other stuffed animals and continued to slumber. Oh, that's it? They don't show us the whole thing? Okay, so that's funny. Okay, so originally when you get to episode 4 and Ange is like in the futon shop and she's like shocked. It's like, oh my god, it's impossible, and like Amaxa and the boat guy are looking over her shoulder like, what are you talking about, right? There's nothing there. Doneel in the chat, yes, had a joke. It would be really funny. Oh yeah, surprise Cece! Had a joke that was like, what if he was actually mass-produced, and there was just another Saktaro on the shelf. And then Acidier, also in the chat, was like, DM'd Donil, who had not played the game, and was like, ha, guess what? And looked at the asset in the game that shows all of the Saktaros in a, like a box or a bag. Mamase Mapuse Maksa, yeah. So, we actually knew this since episode 4, just because Donil made a joke that ended up being correct, which actually happened for a lot of things, like Shannon's white horse. Yes, Rosa did lie that she bought Saktaro. That she made Saktaro. She bought... Yeah, you are unstoppable. We knew this, but it's cool that they give you a hint that this is what Ange was like, the fuck? Saktaro was indeed one of many. Yep, this is why Ange could revive Saktaro on episode 4 at the end. Yeah, because he was mass-produced. Rosa, in fact, did not make him because, quote-unquote, she's busy. Quote-unquote, you know, didn't have time to finish it, so she just bought Maria a doll. Yeah, yep. It's cool that there's a little more, confirmation aside from the game asset that Acidier found. Oh, Cece, can you link that picture that you found? Angel of 17 is one of your faves. So I've been told. I mean, that seems to be the one everybody's looking forward to. Somebody was like, oh, you're getting closer to the Angel of 17 years. We're getting closer. Next, we've got 556, the dead girlfriend of Chester 00. Hope I enjoy it. Oh, thank you. We'll see if we can get to it for tonight. I'm not sure how long these are. If not, I think definitely next Thursday. We'll definitely do Angel of 17 years, but let's see how far we get tonight. And thank you. Arigato for 556. An old story about the Chester sisters. To everyone, thank you. All right, Dan, you ready for 00's girlfriend, who she misses very much? The hunter one is a very interesting tip. Oh. Whoa. Arigato for 556. The Chester Sisters Imperial Guards were supposedly a memorial corps formed in commemoration of the flight of the Red Dragon. However, that was merely a superstition. Alright, enjoy Silent Hill! Thank you for swinging by! Aw, thank you! Ryukishi wrote Arigato for 556 as a way to cope with a close friend's death? Oh no! Oh no, okay. However, that was merely a superstition. According to the Ministry of Defense, the formation and all operations of the Chester Corps were carefully planned for. Yeah, same, Rowan. I'm also in the Circle K parking lot right now. I'm streaming from there, obviously. No. For 68 years, the Ministry has been gathering design documents from all domestic military magic manufacturers in order to create a new type of magical soldiers for the Imperial Guard. There were strict specifications set for the so-called 3F project. Third floor project? These specifications, namely, were first detection, first shot, and first kill. I'm like, hi, over there! Certain convenience factors, such as ease of maintenance and quick deployment, were also requested. At long last, two well-known companies the RAC and Chester have offered to design a new model of a magical life form and submitted their respective design documents. The RAC have made impressive changes to the traditional Model M to bring it up to date with the new Imperial Guard specifications, putting emphasis specifically on fighting strength as not to tarnish the name of King Pendragon. In order to meet the 3F specification, the model was given overwhelming independent offensive capabilities and a tremendous capacity for onboard weaponry. This model could demonstrate heavy firepower even as just a single unit, and, at least based on the design document, was powerful enough to rewrite the entire history of weapons. The Ministry was so obsessed with the world's single unit and of heavy firepower that Model M would almost certainly win the competition, even though there was no official word on that as of yet. On the other hand, the Chester Company decided to emphasize quick maintenance, operation, and deployment. Contrary to the RAC's Model M, the Chester series model was inexpensive, robust, and easy to deploy in large quantities. In order to meet the 3F specification, Chester have decided to avoid single-unit implementation plans altogether. The Chester series was developed with a unique communication ability that allowed them to coordinate matters of tactics. Despite the series having multiple advantages, the officials were under the impression that the Minister intended to create individual units powerful enough to be King Pendragon's personal guard. So they haven't paid any mind to the Chester design at all. However, that decision had to be reevaluated due to ongoing changes in the state of military equipment. Hell, known for its vast quantity of military resources, was feared as the greatest military power of the time. Oh my god, it's like I'm back in Baldur's Gate 3. However, Heaven managed to rewrite military history in 1971 by successfully constructing the Spirit Particle Combat System. This allowed to completely bypass the usual military approach that relied entirely on brute force and strength. With this new system, the figure of a heavily armed lone hero became a thing of the past and was relegated to fairy tales and such. Now is the time of the bunny girl. The Chester Company was quick to react to the change and added anti-spirit particle combat capabilities to the Chester series. This took the form of the most prominent feature of the Chester series, the so-called rabbit ears. The RAC, meanwhile, could not modify the Model M's traditional hardware to include any new capabilities. Because of this, the rapidly evolving and adaptable system that Chester had to offer was now on a whole different level. Additionally, in direct contrast with the Model M, Chester has sacrificed the amount of pre-installed onboard equipment so that their model could specialize in stealth. In addition to that, the Chester lobbyists were showing strong efforts. That year, the Minister of Defense made a substantial change to the 3F specification and declared anti-spirit particle combat measures to be a top priority. And thus, the previously overlooked Chester series ended up in the limelight in just a single day. The final implementation of the Chester series has been successful, and the company was given the privilege of naming this new series the Memorial Order, formed in commemoration of the flight of the Red Dragon. The Chester Sisters, being the first Imperial Guards to go against the conventional idea of being implemented as single standalone units, were noticed by conservative government officials who were still failing to grasp the idea of the Spirit Particle Combat System. They went on to immediately declare the Chester Sisters as cheap, primitive, obviously ineffective dolls. However, the heavily specialized modular designs allowed for a low manufacturing cost, simplified further development, as well as increased the speed of deployment. Does this imply that Eva Beatrice and like Beato Beatrice were cheaping out on on their weapons. It eventually became obvious to everyone that choosing specialized units according to their respective abilities would allow it to deal with any mission imaginable. The individual abilities of each Chester unit was a far cry from those of the other heavily armed Imperial Guards. However, this squad of sisters formed from specialized soldiers, each with their own area of expertise, kept improving their results with each fight they participated in. The name Sisters was given to the Chester units due to their powerful intercommunication capabilities. Chester 410 was designed as a sniper. Aside from having a phenomenal firing range, she was equipped with a special analog radar. The spirit particles themselves provide precise information. With that in mind, their data should obviously be read digitally. However, the battlefield itself is analog, not digital. The possibility for unexpected circumstances outside of the pure ones and zeros did exist. Chester 410 was designed specifically to excel in that gray area. Early on, she was ranked quite low. Oh man, I'm sorry, Rowan. Oh no. Well, I hope you got something good to eat at least. Early on, she was ranked quite low. During practice, her skills as a sniper were mediocre at best, and her peculiar personality didn't do her any favors either. Nyeh. She made her decisions based not so much on information provided by friendly troops as on her own ideas, which led to her being thought of as a rogue who refused to follow orders. However, after she was paired with Chester 45, who specialized in firing calculations, 410 started to rapidly improve. You got Wendy's. Wendy's can hit the spot. The following year, Chester, I hardly know her. Yep, exactly. The following year, she participated in a war between several puppet nations and dramatically blossomed into an excellent field sniper. And just a week after taking up her post, she had achieved a grand victory against the 34th Automated Giant Squadron by using an armor-piercing sniping bow from a range of 1800 merute, causing fatal damage to 2 units and disabling 1 unit's walking capacity. Her military achievements only kept increasing from that point on, and a year later she was promoted. Her former teacher was present on the promotion ceremony with a face full of shock and surprise. Eat it. Bleh. Yeah. Thanks to the golden bow, the symbol of sniper's honor, her talents only grew further. She achieved all of that much faster than even the most elite snipers of the Chester Imperial Guards. Teamwork. Yeah. Or so they say, anyway. It's nice to think that 410's rare talent could bloom, thanks to the excellent support provided by 45. However, as I said this, giving the credit to both of them, 410 burst into laughter and told me the truth.
45が必死こいてクソ真面目に測量したデータを無視してやるとあたふた困り出すのが面白かっただけね。
You know, it's so fun to just ignore the data that 45 has calculated so seriously and watch her huff and puff in anger. Nyeh.
410はいつもひどいんです。
410 is a meanie!
私がちゃんと当たるように頑張って測量してるのに全然無視したりとかするんです。あんまりです。
I always work hard to give you the most precise calculations possible and you just ignore them, meanie!
45の測量は結構おかしいからそれくらいでちょうどいいね。
Your calculations are always so ridiculous that I'm better off ignoring them anyway, nye.
結構なんてひどいです。最近はほとんどないです。
What do you mean ridiculous? How cruel! I don't even remember when our last successful mission was.
いっぱい怒られたから特に注意してるんです。
Everyone just criticizes us. Let's talk about Chester 45 as well. 45 was specifically created for the purpose of spirit particle calculations during combat. Her calculations are meant to be ruthlessly exact, with not even a 1-bit margin for error. However, these digital measurements cannot be interpreted well by units designed to process analog data. Furthermore, she was weak and easily intimidated, which led to her being unsure of her own results. In a manner of speaking, this made her the worst measurer possible. Needless to say, her training record was poor as well, causing her peers in the Imperial Guard to entrust her with nothing but rear surveillance, treating her like baggage. Pairing 45 together with the rebellious 410 was interpreted by the majority as an attempt to get rid of two of the most problematic Chester sisters. However, since they became a pair, they began to produce excellent results. I guess anything can happen in this world. I struggled to understand this for the longest time. However, I may have finally reached my answer as to why this strange duo became the amazing sniper combination that they are. I believe the reason to be that 410 is the leader of the pair. Thanks to her stubbornness and disobedience. 410 was usually paired with more experienced soldiers who could monitor and control her. Even if 410 followed orders only half-heartedly, she still could not disobey her superiors. She couldn't act independently. However, 45 could not keep 410 under her control. This finally gave 410 the space she needed to demonstrate her true talent. Calling this independence is a bit of a stretch, though. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as 410 running amok and ignoring 45's orders. So I thought that perhaps 410's recklessness is what allowed her capabilities as a sniper to blossom. However, that didn't seem to be the only reason. 410 liked to tease 45 by purposefully ignoring her measurements. Yet she could still pull off very difficult attacks. Such astounding shots surprised and shocked 45. 410's self-satisfaction with this has further contributed to her military success. Honestly, 45 hated being treated like 410's toy. She was a nice and honest person. And she justly saw this mocking and harassing relationship as unfair to her. She has, on several occasions, petitioned to be paired up with someone other than 410. However, the headquarters were very well aware of the military success of this specific pairing, so her petitions were always denied. Ideally, both of them would be proud of the results they achieved. But 410's precise shooting was obviously the main point of interest for others. Therefore, many contributed their successes to 410 alone. Even 410 herself has once declared that to be the case. This obviously didn't make 45 very happy. She was completely overshadowed by 410. Since I was their superior, I had a feeling this was 00 the whole time. I felt responsible and decided to ask 410 why she treated her partner so harshly. I never said a word of gratitude to her.
お前とて45からリンクがなければ数々の狙撃は成し得なかったはず。
Without 45, most of your shots would have failed.
もう少しそのことを45に感謝してもいいのではないか。
Shouldn't you thank her?
またダブルオー説教を言い出したね。
Yeah, 400 is reading more of her lectures, yeah. 410 stared at me blankly. 45 had her own share of problems, and I tried to explain to 410 that she should try to put her mind at ease. Looking a little indignant from hearing that, 410 spoke to me.
ダブルオーは誤解してるね。
00, you don't get it, yeah.
私は確かに戦果を威張るし自慢もするね。
Yes, I like to act big and boast about our victories.
でもそれを私一人の戦果だなんて思ったことはないし、いつだって二人の戦果だと思ってるね。
But I haven't once thought of them as my own. The credit always belongs to both of us, yeah.
そうなのか。
Really?
お前の普段の言動からとても二人の戦果だったと思っていたとは思えんのだが。
It doesn't look like you honestly think that way.
失礼な話だね。
Rude, yeah.
私は45をこれまでで、そしてこれからも最高のパートナーだと思ってるね。
Oh my god, partner. I always thought 45 to be my best partner, and I always will.
45とならできないことは何もないね。
With 45, I can do anything, yeah.
最高のパートナー。
She's an irreplaceable friend.
いつまでもずっとペアでいたいと思ってるね。
I always thought us an amazing team, yeah. Seeing her smile, I couldn't bring myself to tell her that 45 had petitioned for a partner change.
つまりお前には45に感謝する気持ちはあるのか。
So you're actually thankful to 45?
あるね。
Of course.
当然だね。
She
パ
is
ートナーだね。
she is my partner.
そんなことダブルオーにくどくど言われる方がムカつくね。
Oh no, no, no. Ugh. She isn't my partner. It kind of pisses me off that you would even doubt that, yeah. Instead of admonishing her, I should have really been admonishing myself. I finally understood the main point of difference between them. 410 is rebellious. She often exaggerates things and boasts. It seemed to me, and probably to most outsiders, that she was merely boasting of her own abilities. However, she knew that she couldn't do it without 45, and was trying to praise her as well. Not only that, but she acknowledges 45 as the best possible partner, and hopes to remain by her side forever. Where's that lesbian brick, Rowan? But those feelings never reached 45, and that was a problem. She just thought that she was incompetent, and that 410 was mocking her and making fun of her. She thought that their success was only thanks to 410 alone, and that a more experienced Chester could be much more helpful as a partner to 410. So I spoke to 410 clearly. I told her that she should express her gratitude with words if she really is thankful.
いやね。
But I don't want it.
どうして？
Why?
感謝してます。ありがとうなんて。
I appreciate your help. Thank you.
そんなこっぱずかしいことわざわざ口に出して言うなんて情けないね。
That kind of thing is so embarrassing to actually put into words, you know?
45と私は最高のパートナーだから今さらそんなことを言わなくても心は十分通じ合ってるね。
45 and I are the best partners, so we understand each other without words. Nice assumption there. The feelings were too complicated to put into words. If she did put them into words, it would dilute the raw emotion. Having told me this, 410 chose to ignore my advice. Because I'm blinded in my right eye, I became inefficient in my specialty of reconnaissance. So my final task seems to be keeping this troublesome pair of snipers in line. 410 was also aware of my blind spot, so she nimbly dodged my emotionally charged slap. Oh, here we go. Chester 556 was created as a prototype for state-of-the-art weaponry, and thus she joined the Imperial Guards for experimental purposes. She specialized in fire support, or in other words, the heavy firepower. At the time, 410 has already achieved worldwide fame as a charismatic sniper. So the management believed that joining her up together with 556 and her new weaponry was a surefire way for 410 to achieve ever greater victories. Fire support? Who needs that?
私たちのペアは遠距離に特化していますが、大量の敵による一斉突撃を近距離で食い止める力には欠けています。
Our pair specializes in long-range attacks, so we're lacking in the ability to suppress enemies at short range.
それを補ってくれる方なんじゃないかと。
I think she's meant to help us compensate for that. Picking off delicious prey from long distance and vanishing into thin air is our specialty, yeah. We don't need no stupid fire support, yeah. 410 was saying they had no need for a newbie who would only get in their way. However, since 45 thought of herself as a hindrance as well, those words hurt her. But 410 simply didn't want anyone to intrude on her relationship with 45. She thought things were already perfect as it is. I understood what both of them were feeling, and the situation made me uncomfortable. The scar on my ear started acting up and itching. Do you copy, 556? Are you ready?
556準備よしです。
556 here. I'm fully prepared.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. 556 was practicing on the outdoor shooting range. This was her debut as the state-of-the-art weaponry. At a glance, 556 seemed to be on pretty much the same wavelength as 45. She was meek, polite, and utterly incompatible with 410. Blue target group. 45, begin transmission. Roger! Commencing terrain analysis and error correction. 556, data link. Let's see what you've got.
45よりデータリンク。
45, data link.
目標捕捉。
Targets identified.
感謝します。
Thank you very much.
攻撃開始。
Commencing attack. 556 drew a large, crude lead bow. It didn't even have a hint of the greatness that the golden bow at 410 and 45 possessed. However, elegance has nothing to do with firepower. In direct contrast to 556's gentle looks, the bow spat out a swelling lead serpent towards the 10-odd targets standing in a row. The serpent slithered under the targets as if licking and tasting them, and then cut them down sideways, crushing them to tiny pieces. It was nothing like beautifully sniping and piercing the opponent's weak point with a single golden arrow. Instead, it was an utterly terrifying attack that made use of dozens or even hundreds of lead arrows that would completely overwhelm any opponent. So she's a Gatling gun? We couldn't help but stand in awe of the merciless offensive firepower of this new type of weaponry. Or just a machine gun? Then I immediately understood. This overwhelming firepower would only set 410's heart alight. There's no doubt this will be a giant headache. Oh, look, it's starting. 410 is teasing her already. What a pain. It seems you know your stuff, nye. Thank you very much. It was all thanks to 45's data link. Not at all. At such a short range. Your radar alone would have done just fine, 556. Nevertheless, my firing succeeded thanks to the data provided by you. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. 556 had a calm demeanor and a gentle way of talking. She also had the tendency to express her gratitude indiscriminately. Almost every time she responded to someone, she would thank them. Well, yeah. Sure, you spread your shots all over the place and hit the target in 15 spots. But all you had to do is pierce the middle once and the target would have been completely shattered. Hey 410, that has no relevance in actual combat. Let 556 do her job. 556, don't pay her any mind. 410 can be somewhat difficult. No, it's no problem at all, 00. Thank you very much. Thanks to you too, 410. You're right that I could have done better. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Even though 410 was just finding something to nitpick, 556 smiled gently and thanked her anyway. Were my skills as great as yours, 410 and 45? I could aim precisely where I need to. And crush my victims completely without wasting any ammo. But my crude weapon is not designed for such precision. I don't think it's acceptable to be callous on the battlefield. Thank you very much for bringing my attention to that. 410 never expected her rudeness to be met with gratitude. Afterwards, many similar incidents took place, with 410 picking fights about various things, and 45 desperately trying to patch things up. And it always ended up with 556's words of gratitude. This kept repeating itself until 410 nicknamed 556 the Thanks Bunny and stormed off. Bunny. This seemed to sour 45's mood completely. 410 walked away sulkily and 45 went after her. Thanks, Bunny is a horrible nickname. Not at all. Arigato to 556. I never expected my teammates to give me a nickname on my very first day. It is an honor.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
どうしてそんなにもありがとうと
Why are you thanking her for that?
何か意味があるのなら教えてほしい。
Is there some reason behind it? 410's rebellious nature was clearly reflected in her speech as well, raising similar questions. For example, that "yeah" at the end. But 556 didn't seem like a troublemaker, and she didn't realize the irony behind her thinking everyone like that. I was curious to learn more about it. And that was when 556 spoke without thanking anyone for the first time. We get a CG!
強いです。
We get a CG! I am strong.
シエスタ本社試験チームでも抜群の成績でした。
I got excellent marks from the Chester headquarters test team. Wow.
ですが、うぬぼれたことはありません。
But none of that is something to brag about.
私が最高の成績を出せるのは、そのために側面を支援してくれたチームメイトがあってこそです。
The only reason I ever succeeded is thanks to my friends.
だから私は常に自分の成績はそれを支えてくれた近しい仲間たちのおかげだと感謝しています。
That is why I will always thank my comrades for supporting me.
爪の赤を煎じて410に飲ませたい気持ちだ。
I wish 410 followed your example, even if just a little.
でも私はその感謝を相手に伝わるようにしていたのか疑問に思ったことがあります。
But I always get worried that my gratitude doesn't reach them, which causes me problems.
疑問
Reach them?
はい。
Yes.
私はみんなに感謝しています。
I am truly thankful to everyone.
でもそれを誰にも伝えず分かってもらえず二度と会えない関係になってしまったらその相手は私に感謝されたことはなかったと生涯思ってしまうでしょう。
But if I don't say it, they might never know about that. And if it so happens that I'll never meet them again, someone might live their entire life without knowing that there were people who were truly and wholeheartedly grateful to them for their help.
私が本当は感謝しているとしても
Even if such people did exist.
私たちはシエスタ姉妹近衛隊の兵士です。
We are the soldiers of the Chester Imperial Guards.
いえ、命ある限り誰であっても
All of us.
ある日突然人は二度と会話ができなくなる関係になります。
There will certainly come a day when we talk to each other for the last time.
突然訪れたその日に慌ててそれまでの感謝を伝えようと思っても
That day will come suddenly, unexpectedly.
もうそれを伝えることはできない。
And after that day, I'll no longer be able to thank the others.
その時相手は私のことをどう思うのでしょうね。
What would they think of me if such a thing happens?
私はそれを思うと悲しいのです。
It's sad to think about this. There were countless people she was thankful to, but she could never truly convey that to them. So some of them thought that everyone considers them worthless.
そしてその誤解を解く機会がある日突然永遠に失われたとしたら
One day, you'll lose the opportunity to clear up those kinds of emotions.
その人に私は感謝されたことがない冷たい女の子だと永遠に思われ続けるでしょう。
And it will turn out that your comrade has thought you to be a cold-blooded and heartless being the whole time.
そして私もどうしてその時が訪れるまで
それを一度も伝えることができなかったのかと永遠に後悔するでしょう。
I always regret letting an opportunity to convey my gratitude slip past me.
きっといつか思いが伝わる。
Surely they must understand.
言葉で伝えるのは野暮。
Words are unnecessary?
互いは通じ合ってるから今さら言葉なんて必要ない。
We understand each other perfectly, so we don't need to say it out loud.
私そういうのが嫌いになったんです。
I hate hearing things like that.
だから
After all,
私は全ての人との出会いに常に次の機会が唐突に失われるかもしれないことを常に怯えています。
I'm always afraid to lose my next chance to see someone.
こうして00と話している今日でさえ最後の日かもしれない。
Today could even be the last day I'd ever see you, 00.
明日のあなたに私は出会える幸運を賜れないかもしれない。
I may not be lucky enough to meet you again tomorrow.
だから私は二度と
So that I don't miss my chance.
相手に感謝を伝える機会を逃したくなくて常にありがとうと相手に言い添えるのです。
I always say thanks whenever I can.
だからこんな話を聞いてくれて
And to you, for listening to me.
ありがとう。
Thank you very much. That was a sad conversation. If 45 were to suddenly disappear one day, 410 would no doubt regret being unable to convey her gratitude to her. Or maybe 45 would forever be wrapped in the despair of never hearing a single thank you from her, even though 410 was truly thankful to her.
だから
So,
私はあなたにもありがとうを。
I want to thank you too.
不要だな、私には。
I will never allow that. Huh?
私は分隊のリーダーとして誰も脱落させない。
As the leader of the team, I will not allow anyone to die.
そのような無様を許さない。
I will never allow that to happen.
それは貴様とてだ。
That goes for you too.
感謝の言葉をみだりに使い、いつでも我が分隊を抜け出せるように心の準備をするなど不届き千万。
It disgusts me that you're throwing around those words of gratitude and acting as if we'll all disappear tomorrow.
そのふぬけた根性、この私がみっちりと叩き直してやる。
I will get you rid of that cowardice.
ようこそ我が分隊へ。貴様を歓迎する。
Welcome to my team. You're staying with us now.
ありがとうございます。00。
Thank you very much, 00. Aww.
シエスタ556着任します。
Chester 556, reporting for duty. From that day on, they became the personal guard of Lady Maria. Oh, yep, we're finally tying back into the marching band little rabbit figurines. From that day on, they became the personal guard of Lady Maria. What about you? You should also thank everyone dear to you, while you still have the time. That was heavy. I've actually been kind of dealing with that kind of emotion lately myself. Oh man. I'm sad now. Is this Kinzo or Toya? I think probably Kinzo, huh? We found an old tape with an interview about the Ushinomiya family's legend of the gold. What is the truth, as known to the world of humans? Oh, now that's interesting. But anyway, I think I'm gonna take another little break. I'll be right back. Kinzo's not a witch hunter, and that wasn't even a thing until well after his death. So, maybe a witch hunter fell into possession of an interview tape with Kinzo, or interviewed someone who knew Kinzo, or perhaps somebody who interviewed Kinzo in the past became a witch hunter. There's a few possibilities. A certain witch hunter's interview tape.
後宮黄金はたった一つの金塊を巧みに使った大掛かりな詐欺ではないかとの説をどう思いますか?
What do you think of the theory that the Ushinomiya gold is nothing but a sham built on the use of a single gold bar?
その説は
Witch Hunter
当時
Mikami.
結構囃し立てられたものです。
This is the one that Lambda Delta was mentioning earlier. Witch Hunter Mikami. People jeered at that theory back in the day.
後宮氏はマル層の会長たち親しい財界のフィクサー数人に黄金の山を見せ、そのうちの一つを持ち帰らせて鑑定させることで信用を得たということになっていました。
Mr. Ushinomiya allegedly showed the pile of gold to the president of Marusou and other fixers in the financial world and let them take an ingot back for appraisal in order to win their trust.
つまり鑑定を経た黄金は一つしかないというわけです。
In other words, only a single bar has actually been appraised.
つまり後宮氏に特に親しく財界に信用のある人物たちが結託して黄金元素を作り上げた可能性があるということではないでしょうか。
So you're saying there's a possibility that people with credibility in the financial sector may have colluded with Mr. Ushinomiya to construct this illusion of the gold, eh?
今日の仮説の一つに、そもそも後宮氏は魔女から授けられた黄金10トンを所有してはいなかったのではないかというものがあります。
One modern theory is that Mr. Ushinomiya may have never owned the 10 tons of gold from the witch in the first place.
当時も後宮黄金に疑問を持つ人間たちはそう主張しておりました。
Even back then, those who had their doubts about the Ushinomiya gold said the same thing.
社用の後宮家最後の当主による一世一代の大掛かりな詐欺ではないかとね。
They insisted it was a once-in-a-lifetime large-scale scam perpetuated by the last head of the declining Ushinomiya family.
社用の後宮家がそもそも10トンもの黄金を所有していたら社用にはなりませんね。
The Ushinomiya family wouldn't have been declining in the first place if they were in possession of 10 tons of gold, right?
そうですな。
Indeed.
ですから当時から10トンの黄金はどこから湧いてきたのかと大いに騒がれました。
That's why, ever since then, there's been a huge commotion about the source of the 10 tons of gold.
後宮氏は戦時中は下級将校の一人に過ぎず特別な力は持っておりませんでしたが、戦後は堪能な英語力によって進駐軍に太いパイプを作り大きな力とコネクションを得ていきました。
Back during the war, Mr. Ushinomiya was no more than a low-ranking officer with no special capability.
ですので米軍関係で黄金を手に入れたのではないかとささやかれました。
So there were musings that he may have perhaps gotten the gold from the US Army.
米軍から黄金ですか？
From the US Army?
もちろんこれはデタラメな憶測ですが、山下将軍の黄金やロマノフ家の黄金など戦後の混乱期に生み出された黄金伝説はいくつもあります。
That's baseless speculation, of course, but the post-war turmoil gave birth to many such legends, like General Yamashita's gold or the gold of the Romanov family.
今日では笑い捨てられているそれらの伝説ですが、当時にあってはまだまだ信憑性のあるものでした。
Those tales would be laughed off today, but back in those days they still had credibility.
実際、戦後の混乱をうまく立ち回り、莫大な富を築き上げた人たちが存在しますからね。
In fact, there are people out there who were able to amass great wealth by successfully maneuvering through the post-war chaos, aren't there?
ええ。
Indeed.
だから軍の名と黄金の2つのキーワードがくっつけばある程度のうさんくささはありながらも信憑性もまたあり得たのです。
So, by slapping together those two key terms, the army and the gold, these stories could maintain credibility despite how dubious they sounded.
そして戦時中に日本軍が得たとされる黄金を地下で手に入れた米軍の一部将校がそれの横領を画策。
Oh, thank you, Peach Tea. To you too. And then, US Army officers were supposedly plotting to embezzle gold obtained by the Japanese army during the war.
監禁のトンネルとして後宮氏を利用したのではないかとの噂もありました。
Rumor was, Mr. Ushinomiya may have had a tunnel to liquidate those assets.
今日では想像もつかないでしょうが、当時の後宮氏にはそれだけの GHQ とのコネクションがあったのです。
Perhaps it's hard to imagine now, but at the time, Mr. Ushinomiya had connections to the GHQ.
六軒島取得の際にも GHQ の力を利用していますね。
And he also leveraged the power of the GHQ to acquire Rokkenjima, didn't he?
はい。
Yes.
後宮氏が戦後急速に財力を蓄えた背景には常に GHQ との大きなコネクションがあります。
Mr. Ushinomiya's rapid accumulation of financial power after the war was all thanks to his connections to the GHQ.
朝鮮戦争についてもいち早く情報を得ていて、特需の恩恵を最も受けた富豪の一人と言えます。
He was also one of the first to gain information about the Korean War, and you could say he was one of the businessmen who benefited most from the emergency time demand.
では、当時の後宮氏を知る者ならば、表にできない事情から10トンの黄金を密かに得ていたとしても不思議はなかったわけですか。
So for people who knew Mr. Ushinomiya at the time, it didn't seem all that odd for him to have secretly obtained 10 tons of gold by means that could not be disclosed.
思わなかった者もいただろうし、
Some
思った者もいたでしょう。
Some thought so, others didn't.
それだけに後宮黄金の真贋をめぐっては当時かなりの衝撃を与えたものです。
And because of that, debate over the authenticity of the Ushinomiya gold gave people quite a shock.
マルソーの会長はその後宮黄金を最初に信じたフィクサーの一人ですね。
The president of Maruso was one of the first fixers to believe the story of the Ushinomiya gold, right?
そうです。
Yes.
先代から後宮家とは親交があった大物でした。
He was a big shot. A big shot. Big shot. Sorry. If you saw the Deltarune stream on Monday, you know what I'm doing. Okay, anyway. Yes, he was a big shot who had close ties to the Ushinomiya family for generations.
彼のお墨付きがなければ誰も信じなかったと断言できるでしょう。
I can assure you, nobody would have believed the story if not for his endorsement.
しかし、よくその会長はたった一つの金塊を鑑定するだけといういかがわしい方法で10トンの黄金を確信したものですね。
But how could the president be so certain that 10 tons of gold were legitimate, using such a dubious method of only appraising a single bar?
いくら信仰があったと言っても、もしも詐欺だったなら大きな社会的信用を失うところだったはずです。
Regardless of how close they were, if it turned out to be a scam, it would have greatly damaged his public credibility.
それほどの大人物が信ずるに足る証拠としては、どうしても足りないように思うのですが。
I just can't see how that would be strong enough evidence to convince a man of his renown.
後宮氏を自問視したり、あるいは反感を持つ者たちはそう主張しました。
Those who were skeptical or held ill will towards Mr. Ushinomiya argued as much.
マルソーの会長は買収されたか、あるいは騙されて詐欺の片棒を担がされていると。
That the president of Maruso was either bought out or deceived into a scam.
そんな風に大荒れするほど。後宮氏の黄金担保の話は当時とにかく魅力的な俗に言ううまい話だったんですよ。
So at the time, Mr. Ushinomiya's collateral gold was a bewitching, too good to be true tale.
結局、黄金伝説の真贋は問われることなく、後宮氏は莫大な投資を受け、それをもとに朝鮮特需で大儲けをし、無事に借金を返済。
In the end, Mr. Ushinomiya received huge investments from people who didn't question the veracity of the legend of the gold, which he then used to turn huge profits on the Korean War demand and successfully repaid his debts.
そうです。
Right.
仮にそれが詐欺だったとしても、
Even if it was a scam,
彼は莫大な富を築き、後ろ宮家を復興させ、すべての借金を返済しきったのです。
he was able to amass enormous wealth, revitalize House Ushinomiya, and pay off all his outstanding debts.
その強胆さを称える者も面白がって黄金詐欺説を支持し、存在しない黄金から莫大な融資を受け、それをもとにお家を復興させた波乱の人生などと面白がりました。
Some admired his boldness and bolstered the theory that he received huge loans from non-existent gold. They were amused by the checkered life of a man who restored his family's status.
ではやはり後宮氏は一世一代の大博打に勝った博徒に過ぎず、黄金伝説は幻想に過ぎませんか。
So in the end, the legend of the gold is not but an illusion, and Mr. Ushinomiya is no more than a gambler who won the bet of a lifetime?
わかりません。
I don't know.
後宮黄金が白日の下にさらされない限り幻想に過ぎないでしょう。
Unless the Ushinomiya gold can be exposed to the light of day, it won't be anything more than an illusion.
しかしマルソーの会長は確かに大胆な方だったが、それでも相手を無条件に信用するほど不用心な方ではありませんでした。
However, while it's true that the president of Maruso was a daring man, he wasn't one to trust unconditionally.
その会長をどのようにかして信用させるか、あるいは騙すかすれば後宮黄金の幻想は完成しますね。
If he could convince the president to trust him, or deceive him somehow, then the illusion of the Ushinomiya gold would be complete, right?
あなたは後宮黄金に否定的な方で。
So, he's got his own sprite. Color me shocked. Witch Hunter Mikami. So, are you a denier of the Ushinomiya gold?
いえいえ。
Oh, no.
そういう説がありますが、いかがお考えですかとお尋ねしているだけです。
I wanted to ask what you thought of that theory.
否定的な方に納得してもらえるような証拠を私は持っていませんよ。
I have no evidence that would convince me to deny it.
私は後宮氏の黄金伝説を確信している人間です。
I myself am convinced of the legend of the Ushinomiya gold.
私がそうだと思うに足る根拠はいくつもありますが、それらは直接的な証拠を伴いません。
I have several lines of reasoning that led me to believe it, but there's no direct evidence for any of it.
ですので、私がこれ以上いくらお話ししても、多分納得はしてもらえないものと思いますよ。
So you probably won't be convinced, no matter how much I tell you.
誤解させているようで申し訳ございません。
My apologies if I've misled you.
後宮黄金否定説が主流なもので、それに一石を投じる説があるならばお伺いできればと思いまして。
Denying the Ushinomiya gold is a popular theory, so I was wondering if I could ask for any theories that might raise questions about it. You mean, like, me? He's getting there. Enough that I'm, like, scratching my chin. Maybe if he has a whole character arc. So I was wondering if I could ask for any theories that might raise questions about it.
まずですが、私から申し上げたいのは、マルソーの会長は今日の評価では大胆な人物ということになっており、その一点がひどく誇張されているという点です。
First, there's one thing I'd like to make clear. People today consider the president of Maruso a daring man, but that notion is greatly exaggerated.
あたかもたった一個の黄金であっさりと信じ込み、あるいはリスクを覚悟の上で真っ先に投資し、後に莫大なリターンを得たバクトというイメージで語られています。
As if he was the type to be convinced by a single gold ingot, or enough of a gambler to take a significantly risky investment in order to reap huge returns later. A bit. Certain kinds of Oji-san, yeah.
しかし、それは後世の偏った見方による誤解です。
But that is a misunderstanding born in hindsight.
会長は確かに大胆で知られた方だが、それは財界人としてはという意味です。
The president is indeed known for boldness, but that's in the context of a businessman.
素性の知れない黄金をたった一つだけで信用するほどお人よしだという意味ではない。
That doesn't mean he's a patsy that would be swayed by a single bar of gold.
しかし、真っ先に信用し、莫大な投資を行いますよね。
And yet he was the first to trust it and make a huge investment, right?
信用するに足る証拠が示されたと私たちは考えています。
We believe that he was presented with credible evidence.
第一、当時マルソーの会長がおっしゃっておられた話は今日のものとは大きく異なりました。
First of all, the story the Maruso president tells today is very different from what he said at the time. Wait, he's still with us?
申します。
Can you elaborate?
今日の説は後ろ宮黄金に否定的なフィクサーたちが後ろ宮氏を貶める目的で捏造したものだからです。
Modern theories are crafted by fixers who deny the gold, with the aim of undermining Mr. Ushinomiya.
当時の会長はたった一つの黄金を見せられただけで信用したとは一言も言っていないからです。
Because the president never directly said I trusted him based on that single bar of gold back then.
それはつまり、たった一つの黄金以外にも証拠を見せられた可能性があるということですか？
So you're saying he was presented with more evidence than that single gold bar?
これは会長がお亡くなりになられてから当時近しかったある先生から伺った話です。
Shortly after the president passed away, that's what I thought. I heard a story from someone who was close to him back then.
こんなことを言うと会長に失礼なんですがね。
And I mean no disrespect to the president when I say this.
会長は世間で大胆と言われるほど大胆ではなく、むしろ石橋を叩いて渡る慎重な方だったらしいんです。
The president wasn't nearly as daring as they say. He was the type to knock on a stone bridge before crossing it.
確かに飲みっぷりと食いっぷりの大胆な方でね。
His manner of eating and drinking was indeed quite bold, though.
そのイメージのせいもあったでしょう。
That's probably where that image came from.
しかし、金に関してだけは大胆さとは正反対だったようです。
But when it came to money, he was the opposite of daring.
それほど慎重な方がなぜ信じたのでしょうか？
If he was truly as prudent as you say, why would he believe it?
これもその先生に伺った話なのですが。
I also heard from that same source.
何でもマルソーの会長にだけは担保が保証されていたというのです。
That the president of Maruso alone was somehow guaranteed collateral.
担保保証
Guaranteed collateral?
はい。
Yes.
後宮氏は会長の信用を欲しがっていました。
Mr. Ushinomiya wanted to win the president's trust.
なので、何としてもこの話に乗ってほしい思惑があったのです。
So he needed him to get him on board with the story at any cost.
そのため秘密で会長にだけは特別に有利な条件で話を持ちかけたというのです。
That's why he secretly offered the president especially favorable conditions.
それはつまり他のフィクサーの投資から元本を保証返済するという無限連鎖法の詐欺のような。
You mean he was guaranteed repayment from other fixers' investments, like in a pyramid scheme?
違います。
Nothing like that.
会長は最終的には派閥全体で4割もの投資を行いますが、そのうち個人的に1割の投資を行います。
The president's faction ultimately made up 40% of the total funds, but 10% of that was his own personal investment.
その1割分
10%.
つまり10トンの黄金の1割1トン分について黄金を実際に預かっていたというのです。
That means he entrusted an amount worth 1 ton of gold.
1トンの金塊です。
1 ton of gold?
今日の価値で20億円ほどはありますね。
That's 2 billion yen by today's rates, isn't it?
その金塊は最終的には財を成した後宮氏の手元に戻りますが、それでも一時的に会長の手元に置かれていたと言われています。
The gold was eventually returned to the now wealthy Mr. Ushinomiya, but for a time it was supposedly placed in the president's custody.
私は残念ながら見ていませんが、当時特に親しかった一部の先生方が
Wow!
披露されたことが
Maybe I should lower the volume on that
してお
one.
りました。
That scared me. I can do that real fast. Before I forget. I changed it because it was quiet before, and now it's too loud. Alright. Here we go. Volume... there. There we go. Unfortunately, I did not see it myself, but people who were particularly close to him at the time claimed to have witnessed it.
では、その話が真実なら、少なくとも1トンの金塊は実在すると。
Then, if that story is to be believed, at least 1 ton of the gold is real?
会長の話が本当なら、
If the president's story is really true...
いえいえいえ、もちろん私は本当と信じておりますが。
Oh, my apologies. Of course I believe the story myself.
会長は後宮氏によって目隠しの上、六軒島某
This
所の
time,
隠し
the
倉庫に連れ
objection
て
is
行
story
かれ、
relevant
そこ
because
で
the
実
story
際に10トンすべての黄金の山を見せられたそうです。
is about choosing what to believe. I had a feeling that's what they were going for. It was like, yeah, we had that whole thing with Beatrice Castiglione, but if you want to think it's bullshit, like, it's also a cat box kind of thing. The president was blindfolded and taken to a secret storehouse on Rokenjima, where Mr. Ushinomiya actually showed him the 10 tons of gold.
そしてそのうちから1トンの山を分け与えられたというのです。
And he was given a 1-ton portion of that pile.
そしてその1トンは再び後宮氏のところへ戻った。
Then later, that 1 ton was returned to Mr. Ushinomiya.
はい。
Yes.
後宮氏は見事に事業を成功させ、利子をつけて完済しました。
Mr. Ushinomiya succeeded with his business endeavors and repaid his loan with
会
interest.
長がお亡くなりになられた後の遺産整理では、後宮黄金を裏付ける証拠品はたった1点。
After the president passed away and his inheritance was distributed, one piece of evidence was left behind supporting the Ushinomiya gold.
10キロのインゴット1つが出てきただけでした。
A single 10-kilogram ingot was found.
これはおそらく何かの記念に寄贈されたものだと考えます。
He was probably allowed to keep it as a memento.
会長の協力がなければ他のフィクサーの信用が得られなかったわけですからね。
Because without the president's cooperation, he never would have won the trust of the other
そ
fixers.
れに対する謝礼か感謝でしょうか。
Perhaps it was a way of rewarding or showing gratitude for that.
私はそう考えています。
That's how I see it.
ただその後、その黄金は残念ながら紛失してしまっているようです。
Unfortunately, that gold bar was later lost. Of course it was.
写真も残っていませんが、家人、関係者など これについては大勢の目撃者がいます。
No photos of it remain, but plenty of family members and related parties claim to have seen it. Of course!
では後ろ宮氏が10トンの黄金を持つこと自体には懐疑的でも1トン分については信じる価値があるとおっしゃられるわけですね。
I see. So you're skeptical of Mr. Ushinomiya's 10 tons of gold, but you think it's worth believing in 1 ton of it?
博打は貧乏人のすることです。
Gambling is a poor man's game.
金を持つものであればあるほど
The more money you have, the better.
絶対の保証がない限り金を動かさないものです。
Businessmen won't move money unless they're certain it's guaranteed. The dead cannot speak for themselves, so you have to decide what to believe and what to discard. Yeah.
私は会長が乗った1割分
That's how I see the president's 10%.
つまり1トン分の黄金については間違いなく存在したものと確信しています。
In other words, I'm convinced that 1 ton of gold truly did exist.
また万が一後宮氏が事業に失敗したならマルソーの会長も詐欺師呼ばわりされるリスクが残る。
Plus, there was a risk that the president of Maruso would be declared a fraud in the event that Mr. Ushinomiya's business endeavors failed.
当時会長は率先して後宮黄金の宣伝塔的な役割を担いました。
And at the time, the president took the initiative, donning a propaganda role for the Ushinomiya gold.
それから考えて
When we consider that,
絶対にリスクを負わないのが金持ちの鉄則である以上会長は10トンの黄金について絶対の確信を持っていた。
risk avoidance is an unshakable rule of the rich. So you're saying the president was absolutely certain the 10 tons of gold were real?
はい。
Right.
金を持たんもんにはわからんでしょうな。
Those without money wouldn't understand.
しかし金というものを本当に知るものならば会長の動きから水とも10トンの黄金の影を確信できるのです。
But even without seeing it themselves, anyone who truly knows money can be confident in the gold, simply based on the president's actions.
貧乏人の私から聞くとよくもそれだけの莫大な金を話だけの黄金に投資できるものだなと思います。
As a poor man myself, I can't imagine how someone would invest such a large sum of money based on just a story of the gold.
ある一定以上の金持ちになるとね、
When you reach a certain level of wealth,
金よりも体裁とそして死んだ後のことが気になるようになるんですよ。
you start to care less about the money itself and more about appearances and what will happen after you die.
生きてるうちだけ取り繕えればどうでもいいというのは貧乏人の考えです。
It's a poor man's way of thinking to only care about things that can be mended while you're alive.
死後も自分の評価が損なわれない生き様でありたいと願うのが金持ちというものです。
The rich seek to live a life where their reputation will remain intact even after death. Unless your name is Elon Musk. Yes, Peach Tea?
つまり死後であっても詐欺師呼ばわりされるような話には乗らないと。
So you're saying that he wouldn't go along with something if he might be declared a fraud even after death? First I take the gold, then I... Yes.
会長は10トンの黄金を確実に保証できる証拠を絶対に得ていたのです。
Yes, so the president must have received enough proof to make him certain the 10 tons of gold were real.
あとはマルソーの会長という方がどれほどの方だったかをどれだけ理解しているかで信用が変わるでしょうな。
And depending on how well you understand what sort of man the president was, it'll influence your confidence in him.
あなたは信用できる。
That's why you say you can trust him.
Yeah.
Yes.
そして
あなたには信用できないこともわかります。
And I understand why you can't.
いやいや、それを言われるとこちらも辛い。
Oh dear, it hurts to hear you say that.
それをはっきり示せる証拠があれば、私も考えを改めるのですが。
But if you had some clear evidence to show me, I'd be willing to change my mind.
あのね。
Listen.
世の中、証拠を物で示せないことってたくさんあるんですよ。
There are a great many things in this world that can't be proven with physical evidence.
あなた、奥さんを愛しておられる？
Do you love your wife, for example?
すみません、独身です。
Unfortunately, I'm single.
結婚指輪ってのはね、お互いの永遠の愛を誓い合ったっていう証拠なわけ。
A wedding ring is proof that two people made a vow of eternal love to one another.
でも、だからって浮気や不倫はなくならないでしょう。互いが今も相手を愛しているかどうか証拠を示せって迫ったら、それ自体がもう愛が冷めた証拠なわけでしょう。
But even that doesn't stop people from cheating, does it? Including cheating on their wives with their gold, apparently. If you have to ask your partner to show proof that you both still love one another, isn't that itself proof that your love has waned?
そうなりますね。
Indeed.
神さんが愛してるって繰り返してくれるその言葉を男は鵜呑みにするしかないわけよ。
When a man's wife tells him I love you, he has no choice but to take her at her word.
きっと神さんもそう。
Surely she feels the same way.
毎朝50になっても60になっても朝はキスから始まるわけ。
Even when you're 50, even when you're 60, every morning begins with a kiss. Aww, it's sweet.
でもそれは単なる習慣に過ぎず、愛はとっくに冷めてるなんて言われたらもうどうにもならない。
But if you say that's merely a habit and the love is long gone, then it's already beyond help.
愛がなければ見えない。
You're saying, without love, it cannot be seen.
キザな言葉を知ってる
Oh,
ね。
you already know the catchphrase.
そういうことです。
That's what I'm talking about.
会長を信じ、敬愛してやまなかった人々には確かに10トンの黄金が見えた。
The people who trusted and never stopped respecting the president really could see that 10 tons of gold.
会長や後ろ宮氏が気に入らなかった人々には見えなかった。
And the people who didn't like the president or Mr. Ushinomiya couldn't.
そういうことじゃないですかね。
Isn't that how it works?
せめてその会長さんの遺品から出たインゴットだけでも見つかれば信憑性は増すのですが。
But if we could at least find that one ingot among the president's belongings, it would make the story that much more credible.
これは噂だけどね。
There is a rumor, though.
後ろ宮氏のご子息のクラウス氏が入手
Yeah, I
し
was
たって
thinking
いう噂
about
があり
I
ま
was
す。
thinking about that. Where did he get that? That was one thing that was never really explained. Where did Kraus acquire that bar of gold? That Mr. Ushinomiya's son Kraus got his hands on it.
クラウス氏は独自に黄金の隠し場所を探してたらしいですから。
Apparently, Kraus himself was searching for the secret gold stash.
それを入手し、10トンの黄金の実在を確信したため、六軒島の全島調査
That was
の
back
準
in
備を
episode
進め
1.
てたって
And I mean, I
聞いてま
guess
す。
that can't be seen as objective truth either, because that was just something that Sayo wrote, but maybe that was based on Kraus actually acquiring one of the bars. Kraus, when he's mad, call that sour Kraus real. They say that bar convinced him the 10 tons were real, and he began searching all across Rokenjima. Wow, he just
しかし、ク
dissolved.
ラウス氏も例の事件で亡くなられてますね。
Unfortunately, Kraus himself passed away. Rip to a king.
当然そのインゴットも闇の中に。
So naturally, that gold ingot became buried in the dark.
六軒島って昔悪食島って呼ばれてたのご存知で？
Did you know that in the old days, Rokenjima used to be known as Akujiki-jima?
ええ。
Yes.
それがなまって小豆島になり、最後に六軒島になったと。
Then the name became Azuki-jima, and then finally Rokenjima.
そうそう。
That's right.
悪霊が住んでて魂を食らって飲み込む島ね。
It's an island where evil spirits dwell, who devour the souls of men.
飲み込んじゃったんだよ。
No, not just devour them.
ペロリ。
Gobble them down in one bite.
当時黄金伝説を証明する証拠はきっとあったんです。
I'm sure that at the time, evidence supporting the existence of the gold did exist.
それを大勢が目撃した。
There were plenty of witnesses.
だから黄金は事実だった。
So the gold was considered real.
しかし時を経てそれらの証拠は失われた。飲み込まれた。
But over the years, that evidence was lost, swallowed by time.
その結果、事実だったはずの黄金伝説はその存在を疑われるようになった。
And as a result, the legend of the gold, which would otherwise be taken as fact, has come under scrutiny.
確かにそうとも言えますね。
Indeed, that's one way to put it.
私はね、女房を愛している。
I love my wife. Let's go, Witch Hunter Mikami, wife guy. I love my wife.
今日まで浮気を疑ったこともないし、女房と同じ日に同じ畳で死ねたら最高だと思ってるよ。
To this day, I've never once suspected her of cheating, and I'd be honored to die the same day as her, laying in the same bed.
胸を張って息子たちや孫たちに最高の人生だったと語って大往生できる。
We can be proud that we lived a long life, and tell our children and grandchildren that we lived the best life we could.
そしてそれを見た息子たち孫たちは、じいさまは最高に幸せな人生を歩んだと。
And when they hear
確か
that,
にそう言ったと語り継ぐだろうね。
our children and grandchildren will be telling people for years that we lived the happiest life.
しかし直接聞いた子孫がみんな死ぬほどの未来。
But there will come a day when everyone who heard the story directly will have passed away.
俺の末裔が死んだひいじいさまは不幸で、夫婦仲は悪く不倫だらけだったと言い出したら、
What if my descendants said that their great-grandfather was unhappy, that he and his wife were unfaithful and didn't get along?
それを否定する証拠に俺は何を残せばいいんだろうね。
What can I leave behind as proof to the contrary?
何を残したって疑う未来のそいつの元に届かなきゃ
It's
意
meaningless.
味がない。
No matter what I leave behind, it won't get through to people in the future who harbor doubt.
もうね、あんたらの追い求める六軒島の真実なんて何も存在しないんだよ。
The truth of Rokenjima that you're searching for no longer exists.
あれから長い時間が経って全ての証拠が消え去った。
So much time has passed since then. All the evidence has disappeared.
だからあんたらが好きに決めればいいのさ。
So you're free to decide whatever you prefer.
黄金はあった、なかった。
Did the gold exist or not?
メッセージボトルはどれが本物でどれが偽物で。
Which message bottles are real and which are fake?
当日何があったのなかったの。
What did and didn't happen on the day of the incident?
好きに決めればいいのさ。
Choose whatever you'd prefer.
だが、あんたらが何を決めたって、当時の本当の真実は揺るがない。
But no matter what you decide, it won't change the truth of what happened back then.
耳に痛いお言葉です。
Your words are painful to hear.
しかしそれでもその真実に迫りたいと思っている我々は今後何を指針に過去を探ればいいのでしょう。
Still, for those of us who wish to seek the truth, what should we use as a guideline for exploring the past?
心だよ。
Your heart.
人の心は時代を経ても変わらない。
The human heart remains unwavering, no matter how much time has passed.
心とはまた抽象的なものが出てきましたね。
The heart, huh? Another abstract concept.
何があったかを知ろうとするから証拠が必要になる。
You need evidence because you want to know what happened.
そうじゃなくて、何を考えてたかを知ろうとすれば必然的に何が起こったかを知ることができるんじゃないかな。
But if instead you tried to learn what they were thinking, you'd inevitably be able to figure out what transpired, don't you think?
チェス盤をひっくり返す
You
という
mean
ことですか。
turning the chessboard over?
なんですそれ。
What the heck is that? Some bro heard about Battler.
あ、いえ。
Oh, sorry.
要するに相手の指し手を読めという意味です。
Basically, it means trying to read your opponent's moves,
敵の思考を探れと言いますか。
seeking to find out what the enemy is thinking.
ああ、そういう意味ね。
Oh, so that's what you're getting at.
うん。それでもいいと思います。
Yes, I think that's a valid way to go about it.
後宮氏やその関係者が何を考えどう生きたかったのか。
What were Mr. Ushinomiya and the people close to him thinking? How did they want to live?
それに思いを馳せなきゃ真実なんかたどり着けないですよ。
Unless you consider those things, you'll never arrive at the truth.
愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, it cannot be seen.
またキザなこと言うね。まあ、それでもいいや。
That pretentious line again. Still, that's fine.
おかしな金持ちがどんな馬鹿げたことをしたかったのか。
What ridiculous things would oddball rich people want to do?
そういう考えじゃ見えるわけもない。
You'll never see it if that's your way of thinking.
金持ちは奇人変人で何を考えてるかわからないという色眼鏡を外してね。
Take off those rose-tinted glasses telling you that the rich are eccentric and weird and that you can't tell what they're thinking.
一人の人間として考えてみることをおすすめしますよ。
I suggest you think of them as individual human beings.
それくらいでいいですかね。
Shouldn't that be sufficient?
これくらいお付き合いすれば私の幼なじみの顔は立つんじゃないですかね。
By dealing with people in that manner, my childhood friend can save face, don't you think?
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very
原
much.
稿を起こしましたらお送りさせていただきますので。
What did he mean by
確認をお願いいたし
that?
ます。
それくらいでいいですかね。これくらいお付き合いすれば私の幼なじみの顔は立つんじゃないですかね。
So the interviewer is his childhood friend? Is that what's going on? Thank you very much. I'll send you the copy of the manuscript once it's been drafted, so please give it a look.
いや、いいよいいよ。チェックめんどくさいからそのまま掲載してくれていいよ。何をどう言い繕ったって悪意ある人が聞けば悪意あるように解釈できちゃうんだから。
Oh, no, it's fine. Checking it is a pain, so feel free to publish as is. It doesn't matter how you phrase it. People with bad intentions will interpret it in their own way.
ああ、ただ匿名でお願いね。
Oh, but please do keep this anonymous.
そういう条件でお話ししたんですから。
That was one of my conditions for this interview.
はい、心得ています。
Right, I'd never forget.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for your time today.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome.
もうテープ止めてもらいます。
Could you stop the tape now?
録音ってな、何度や。
No matter how many times I've done recordings, And there it goes. Well, that was something. That's pretty much a end of the game, like, this is how to think of the game. Think of it like this. You're never going to find the physical evidence you want. And I'm not going to present it in the game for you. So you gotta do your best to try to think what those people might have been thinking. And that'll tell you what happened. That kind of peels back a lot of the bullshit, doesn't it? Neat. So I think that's it for me for today. So, next time, there's no way these two are gonna take up the whole stream. So next time, I'm definitely going to do Angel of 17 Years. The ones you guys really, aw, thank you for the round of applause. Punch, punch, punch. So looking forward to it. I'm gonna finish it. Yeah, but then I heard there might be even more. We'll see. I heard there might be another extra episode or something. Oh, look at these sparkles I can do with clicking. I didn't ever. Whoa! Oh my god, look at this. This rules. Whee! This must be if you drag your finger on the screen on the Switch. It's funny. Anyway, let's see who's on. We do have Owlin. Playing Bravely Default Flying Fairy. Ooh, I played the first Bravely Default, I think about 80% of it. I didn't quite finish it, but I got pretty close. I've also forgotten much of what happened. But yeah, looks like we're getting close. Something tells me next week isn't going to be the last Umineko, but I could be wrong. We'll see. So raid going out for Owlin. Alright, thank you guys very much. And I'll see you guys on Monday for more Deltarune. And next Thursday for Angel of 17 Years. So be here in a week if you want to see Angel of 17 Years, because that seems to be the one people are excited for me to read. Alright, everybody. Good night.